Check-in is underway right now for our first race. That's the White Division Girls race. So go through the check-in process. And then we'll open that up for the White Division Boys race shortly after the start of the girls race. Just for note, you'll have a half an hour to check in. So the half hour begins right after the first race. And we'll remind you again that you can go in through the check-in process. That starts behind the start line. So again, there's a blue awning that you'll go through there. The officials will make sure that you are chipped properly and that they've got you registered and checked in. That process is underway right now for the White Division girls. We are within 10 minutes of the start of our first race. Teams in this first race, as a team with masks, you need to go to the registration or check-in table, please. You've been asked by officials, as a team, masked, please go to the check-in table and make sure that you have gone through the process of checking with the officials as we get ready to start this first race in 10 minutes. We welcome you again to year 2 of the Gans Creek Classic. A bit different this year than it has been, and that is because spectators are not allowed because of the concerns of the COVID-19 pandemic. We're glad that the teams are here, though. This will be streamed. There will be information online, so those who want to follow from other areas are able to keep up to date in what's happening here. And they'll be cheering you on from a distance. We've got 10 races. There'll be 5 races for the girls, 5 for the boys. Last year we had 3 varsity races, 3 color-coded races. There will be 5 for each group, and we will be using the odd-numbered boxes. A special thank you to Columbia Parks and Recreation Department, also Columbia Public Schools, other sponsors who make this work. Prime Time is the official timer and going to be keeping us well informed of all of the progress in the races individually and as teams. We also want to say a special thank you to those who are giving this Saturday for volunteering and as representatives of the Track and Field and Cross Country Association put together here at the Columbia and through the University of Missouri. Those men and women will be spending quite a bit of time today and throughout the season helping to make sure that meets go smoothly on the cross-country course, as well as we hope for an indoor and outdoor track and field season. We'd like to pause before we get ready for our first race and ask that you would, in memory of one of the great supporters of Missouri track and field and cross-country, he was a photographer, and for many years he was at many meets to record what was happening at those races through his photography. He was from the Kansas City area, and he passed away earlier this year. So if we may please just observe a moment of silence for a great friend of the sport, Greg Hall. And we thank you, and he will be missed at these meets. Also at this point in time, we would ask that you would stand, and the flag is over to the east side, or to the east side of the finish line, and in his own way, as we recognize the freedoms that we have as citizens of the United States of America, and recognize that with the playing of our national anthem. And thank you. Again, we appreciate you being here. We'll be ready to go in about 5 minutes with race number 1. It'll be the White Division Girls race. We'll be using odd number boxes at the start. There'll be empty boxes in between each of the teams and each of those athletes that are assigned for the boxes. And this is how White Division Girls assignments have been made. Lafayette County in Box 1, 3 will be New Bloomfield. In Box 5, Kingsville. Highland will be in Box 7. It's Christian Fellowship School in Box 9. Box 11, New Haven. Plato in Box 13. 15 will be South Callaway. Marion County will be in 17. Palmyra in 19. Logan Rogersville in Box 21. 23 will be Chamois. Knobnoster in 25. St. Paul Lutheran in 27. Box 29 will have Hannibal. In Box 31, Lynn. Lawson in 33. Clark County in 35. Grandview R2 out of Hillsboro in 37. Northeast High School, which is from Cairo, will be in 39. And then in Box 41, we'll have individual athletes representing California, La Plata, and the Fulton School at St. Alban. So those are how we will start. There are 23 schools represented in this first race. And a quick count a little while ago, about 120, 122 runners scheduled to be at the start line for our first race, which is the White Division Girls. This was one of the divisions that we had last year in the varsity competition. And Kirsten Potter, a freshman from Lamar, was the winner of this division a year ago. Again, we've got more divisions this year and smaller fields for each of those divisions, so it's hard to make a direct comparison with what we saw last year. We will say that the White Division winning time a year ago was 19 minutes, 31.8 seconds. The White Division school champion a year ago was Steelville, followed by Sullivan and then Whitfield. So those were the top 3 teams. Again, none of those schools in this first race. There are awards this year because of concerns, though, for the virus and safety. There will not be an official award ceremony. You will be directed by those race officials. There'll be a champion and runner-up team and then the top 15 in each division. Girls White Race, our first race of the day, starts at 8 o'clock. First race underway, and this will be 5 kilometers, as all of our races will be today, and they'll take the 2K loop first. They'll be coming back here close to the finish line and start line, and that'll be 2 kilometers. Let's tell you the teams that will be competing for a team award: Chamois, Clark County, Highland, Knobnoster, Lawson, Lynn, Logan Rogersville, Marion County, New Bloomfield, New Haven, Northeast, Cairo, Palmyra and South Callaway. Those are the schools that will be competing for the team awards. Knob Noster had the largest group scheduled to be competing today. They had a dozen runners, Palmyra with 10. Nice, broad, long straightaway running towards the south. You can see that is into the wind. They'll be making the turn up over a small little rise, and as they make that turn and then start around their first turn, they'll be hitting the first kilometer mark, and we'll be able to give you splits at those areas and also bring you up to date on who's leading at that time. We can tell you within 30 minutes of the start of our second race is a time that you can start to check in as a team, and again with mask. The white division boys can start their check-in process at this time.
He's getting the hang of it.
I know, it's pretty cool.
It's a little hard. Even I was.
Oh, it'd be hard to ride on that thing.
Well, because it's bouncing and you got your thumb on this little joystick.
Well, you need to invest in one of those cameras that they use where they...
I have one, but the thing to transmit the video is super expensive.
Now, what is her number? If you can see something that I can't see, feel free to tell me. I can't tell.
So, as soon as she hits the shade, maybe. I think we won. Thank you so much. Pardon me.
I don't have their numbers.
301.
Yeah, I see that, but I don't have the...
Oh, that's right.
That's all right. But we'll find out here as soon as...
Grace Bushling from Clark County.
That's a Clark County runner that has the early lead. Grace Bushling from Clark County, the leader, as they'll be coming up on the first kilometer mark early in the 3rd minute of the race.
How are y'all? I'm good. So this is the video from the gator. Yeah. He's live streaming that. And he's getting splits from all the boards out there.
We'll be passing under the first kilometer mark in just a moment. They're at 3.5 minutes into the race. The Clark County runner continues to lead.
Pretty cool, huh?
Oh, definitely.
Cool. I'll be back down in a minute. That's what we call selling the business. I like that camera, dude.
I like it a lot.
It's pretty cool. Are you doing that with a cell phone, Cody? Yep.
So should it be showing me? There we go. So is that? So it's Grace Bushling, right?
Yep.
Now you'll be able to see those first kilometer splits. Grace Bushling from Clark County through just under 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Second runner through at 1 kilometer was Delaney Strauss of Marion County, then Emma McIntyre of New Haven, and Adrian Martins of St. Paul team-wise, we would see Lynn has had 6 runners go through, but Lawson has had its 5 runners go through. They would be team leader after a kilometer at 43 points. Lawson, Lynn, Palmyra, and New Haven in that order. We'll keep on. Again, you can check in for the boys' white race at this time, and again, it helps the officials if you'll check in as a team, and you do need to be masked or have a facial covering of some kind when you do check in for your races today. Heading to what will eventually, next time around, be her drive into the finish line. This is the leader, Grace Bushling. And this will be coming up as she'll make this quick turn to head back down the area where they had started. This will be the end of 2 kilometers. Bushling went through 2K at 7:43. Her second kilometer at 4:04. Strauss of Marion County still running second. McIntyre of New Haven third. And then Martins of St. Paul Lutheran fourth. Those are the top 4 runners. Lawson High School 41 for the first 5 runners after 2 kilometers. Lynn with 53. Lawson now with 47. My bad on that. So they are up 4 spots in the second kilometer of the race. And again, not all of the runners are scoring points because they don't have enough teammates to form a team. But Lawson with the runners scoring second, third, 11th, 14th, and 17th in the field. Lynn, Palmyra, New Haven rounding out the top 4 teams through 2 kilometers. over here, I mean, I just go by that.
Yeah, like it'll keep updating as more people cross the splits.
Sure. Okay.
Sorry, buddy.
No, that's all right. That makes sense. Oh, shoot. This first race is hard because these are not your premier runners.
It's a little rough.
Oh well. It's the same girl leading though, isn't it?
Yep.
Bushling had a lead of 5 seconds after 2,000 meters. Her lead was up to 11 seconds after 2,000 meters. This is the 3K loop, and where they vary is after they go through where the leader is right now at a mark that'll be a 3,000 meter mark. They'll stay on the same course that they were on the first round, but then they'll have a fork in the road a little bit past the pond that she's running around now, and they'll take the longer route, which will take them further east. So Bushling continues to lead, and she goes through 12:01 at 3,000 meters. Her lead stays about 11 and a half seconds over Emma McIntyre. Adrian Martins of St. Paul Lutheran has also gone through the 3,000 meter mark, and Delaney Strauss of Marion County also through. Those four under 12:20 through the first 3,000 meters. McIntyre has gone from third to second in the middle part of the race. Martins is a sophomore. Last year finished 10th in the white division of the first Gans Creek Classic. As a sophomore, she ran this course at 21:47. In between fourth and fifth place, we'll see a gap of about 40 seconds. There were 5 that were under 13 minutes through 3,000 meters. Bushling, McIntyre, Martins, and Strauss. And then just making it under 13 was Landon Wilson of Lawson. So this is at the 3K?
So I got a little label underneath.
Okay, I see. Yeah.
So she should be coming before the end of the week.
Bushling continues to lead. She's a junior out of Cahokia for Clark County. Wasn't among our runners at this meet a year ago. but is handling the course well today.
So is that the farthest? She's east. Yeah, she's farthest east, you know, isn't it, in my direction.
The leader is around the loop, and she'll be coming up on the 4K split in a moment. Many people say this course is not the hilliest course, but once she gets past 4K, just a little while from that, there is a rise that will go 800 meters or so, and it is a challenge around these last few loops. She comes up on 4K. Bushling, who has led since the beginning, split a just under 340 on her first kilometer, a 404 on her second one, a 417 on her third, and a 414, so she was a bit faster in the fourth kilometer. Bushling at 16:15 through 4K. Very consistent, though, right behind her, Emma McIntyre. McIntyre continues to stay just about 11 and a half seconds behind, so no gain in time for Bushling on that 4th K. Martin stays in third from St. Paul Lutheran. She's still within a couple of seconds of McIntyre. And then Strauss. Those are the four who have been away with a gap from the rest of the field throughout the first 4,000 meters of this race. Those of you who are watching online, you'll see. So you're one shot fixated on the 4K split, and you'll be seeing runners come through there. The other shot is showing off of the back of the golf cart with a handheld camera, the leader. And that's been Grace Bushling since early on. Bushling, as I said, is a junior. Then you have the senior McIntyre from New Haven. And then Martins and Strauss, two juniors. Emma McIntyre, who's been running second. McIntyre out of New Haven. She ran on this course last year in the state cross country championships. Ran her best time, a 20-minute 11.6 second, finishing 14th in the state cross country championships for New Haven in her junior year. One more big bend to go for the leader, Bushling, and then she'll be on the straightaway coming into the finish line. Our first of 10 races today. Bushling, from the start, has led this race. About 10 minutes away from the start of our second race, and that will be started on time, and that'll be the White Division Boys race. Those who have not checked in as a team, masked up through the registration and check-in process, need to be doing so. You'll be called to the start line soon. Bushling leans around the turn and comes onto the straightaway now. And here on the finish, Bushling trying to hold on. It's going to be tough, though, as she's joined for the first time and passed the final meters of the race. And here you come, the first winner of our races today. That's Adrian Martins of St. Paul Lutheran, who ran the last 1,000 meters in 3:54, moving up from third to take first. Bushling holds on for second, McIntyre third, white division girls race. We told you last year, this is one of the racers that we mentioned during the race. Adrian Martins, as a sophomore from St. Paul Lutheran, finished 10th in the white division of the Gans Classic. And here she moves up to first this year. Her time this year, 20:22.7. Martins ran a 21:47.3. She improves by a minute and 25 seconds in the second year of the Gans Classic.
He knows all about the technical stuff. I defer to him. I understand. Yeah.
Martins, Bushling, McIntyre, Strauss. We had 3 under 21 minutes in the race today. Rounding out the rest of the top 10. After Strauss of Marion County, Brianna McAtee of Lawson comes in 5th. Catherine Doyle of the Fulton School at St. Albans 6th. Lauren Cunningham from Lafayette County 7th. Myra Baker of Lynn 8th. Lauren Chaputis from Palmyra 9th. And then Lily Caldwell of Logan Rogersville 10th. Those are the top 10. 22:32 and faster makes the top 10 in the white division of the girls race today. Well, for the winner, Martins, her second 5,000 cross-country race of the season, a second-place finish in the Jim Marshall Invitational, now first in the white division at the Gans Creek. She was 18th in the cross-country championship. She likes this course because she has run her PR, a 20-minute 14.8 PR, on her way to that top 20 finish in the state cross-country championships a year ago, and a 20:22.7 this year. Her third race on the course, and we will probably see her for a fourth race once the state championship's held here. We told you originally there were about 122 scheduled to be running in that first race. We've had some that have been unable to go because of the virus concerns or quarantining. We're at 24 and a half minutes into the race. And we've had about, we had 36 under 24 and a half.
You do start on time, even if this race isn't done, right?
The white division boys are gathering near the start line, even as this race continues to welcome runners back after their 5K. We'll see many of the same schools as we try to divide up the schools and divide up the teams so that we can not have as large a crowd as we would like to have at the event this year. That's why we're going with 5 divisions instead of 3. Last year we did also have a couple of junior varsity races, all varsity races today. Team scoring from the first event, and again, we could see some changes. Palmyra, though, with 39. As they had scoring runners that finished scoring 3rd, 5th, 7th, 11th, and 13th. Lynn with scorers 2, 4, 10, 14, and 18. You take those two teams as the top two. Lynn just barely beating out New Haven. Palmyra with 39, Lynn with 48, New Haven 51. Those would be your top three teams through the compilation as we have them at this stage. Those runners continue to come in. Let's give you the box assignments for the white division. For the boys, they'll be Holden in box 1. Northeast, which is Cairo, in box 3. Box 5, California, Marion County in 7. The Fulton School at St. Alban in 9. In box 11, Palmyra, 13. Clark County, New Bloomfield in 15. St. Paul Lutheran in 17. Knob Noster in 19. Lafayette County in 21. Plato in box 23. Lawson in 25. Highland in 27. Box 29, Lynn. Box 31, South Callaway. Logan Rogersville in box 33. 35 would be Hannibal. Kingsville in 37. Box 39, Grandview R2, Hillsboro. And then sharing box 41, a runner each for Chamois, Christian Fellowship, and La Plata. That is what we're expecting at the start line in a few moments as we get ready to go in the first boys race of the day, and that'll be the white division. Finishers still coming across the line. We've had 68 through the finish line, make that 69 through the finish line for the girls' white division race. Looking at 23 schools represented in the white division boys race, and registered, entered about 155. Again, we've seen some scratches because of situations of sickness or quarantining, so we'll see. Scheduled 155 at the start for the boys race. Looking at teams that'll be scored a bit more running, if they have a contingent of 5, at least 5, California, Clark County, Grandview R2, Hannibal, Highland, Holden, Kingsville, Knob Noster, Lafayette County, Lawson, Lynn, Logan, Rogersville, New Bloomfield, Palmyra, Plato, South Callaway, and St. Paul Lutheran could be looking at the scoring for team standings in the white division for the guys. Nearing 85 finishers now in the girls' white division. And you hear the gun to start our second race, so they're underway with the first boys race today. That's the white division. Last year at the Gans Creek Classic in the white division, the winner was Malik Stewart of Maplewood, Richmond, and he ran 16:27.6. From New Bloomfield, Caleb Disler was second a year ago with a 16:49. New Bloomfield in this race, third a year ago. Knob Noster, Samuel Wilhelm. I've seen his name scheduled to be at the start line also. So we've got some experience on this course from last year's white division race showing up in the boys race in the white division. Lawson, which has a team running in the white division, and you look at how they did as a team in the Class 2 state championship a year ago. They finished 8th as a team. So team-wise, as far as this field is concerned, that might be the most successful team that we have on the course for the first race for the boys. We'll have about 90. We expect 2 more finishing in the white division for the girls race, and so we'll have about 90 that finish that race. We'll start to sort things out in this race as we come up on the first kilometer split. That'll give us more information as to how the first 1,000 have gone, and that is Samuel Wilhelm. Mentioned him a moment ago. He was third in the white division race at a 16:54 last year. Wilhelm came back to the course for the cross-country championship race November 9th a year ago, and he finished 4th with a time of 16:12. So this is his third time in a race on this course. He's run a 16:54 the first time, improved to 16:12 the second time, and here he is through the first kilometer, just over 3 minutes, 3:01. Then Landon Hendrickson of Logan Rogersville running second through the 1,000-meter split. Nathan Henricks of New Bloomfield. David Held, Plato. Those are the top 4. Not far behind Held was Luke Engel of Kingsville. And then Caleb Disler of New Bloomfield. We had 5 through the, or make that 6 through the first 1,000 meters in under 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Not far off of that was Ethan Nelson of Clark County, Luke Kingsbury of Lawson, and Cameron Nichols from Hannibal, and Tyler Olcott of Lawson. So Wilhelm, the early leader, and he's still got that gap. This is kind of unfolding as we saw the first race with Grace Bushling leading early on. She was able to hold on and finish second in the white division. So on the straightaway coming up for his 2K split to make the turn here, Samuel Wilhelm. Wilhelm again leading the white division race for the men. Wilhelm leading Henriksen and then Henriks. Those three under 6.5 minutes through 2,000 meters. The second split on Wilhelm was 3:11.6. Team-wise, it would be New Bloomfield, Lawson, Lynn, 1, 2, and 3. And again, those numbers can change. We're just giving you preliminary unofficial standings at the splits. Wilhelm on a pace that would be about what we would see around 16 to 16.5. And again, we'll tell you that in the state cross country championship meet a year ago, Wilhelm with a 16:12. We'll keep an eye also on Nathan Henriks in New Bloomfield. Henriks comes in ranked 7th in state Class 2 boys races early this year. He ran a 16:54 at the Vienna Eagle Invitational. Henriks running 3rd through the first 2,000 meters here. Last year, Henriks ran a 24th place finish on this course in the cross-country state championships with a 16:56. Right now, Wilhelm, though, looks comfortable out front. You can tell from his spot on the course right now as you're watching, if you are on video, as it freezes there for just a moment, but it'll pop open again here, and he'll be coming through 3,000 meters. And there he is right there on the other screen, about 9:39 through 3,000 to 3:26, 3rd kilometer split for the Knobnoster senior, Samuel Wilhelm. Now you'll just now see the second place runner coming through. So Wilhelm with a lead of 18 seconds. Henriks, who we were mentioning a moment ago, he has moved up a spot in that kilometer from New Bloomfield, the junior. Wilhelm 4th a year ago in the state championship. Henriks 24th a year ago in the same race. Then Landon Henriksen continues to run 3rd. Henriksen right at 10 minutes through 3,000 meters, so 2 under 10 through 3,000.
I'm just like, I'm not even
You're the emotional support team.
yeah.
I like it.
I'm the dad. What's that?
Good, I like the emotional support team.
This is the third race for Landon Henriksen. We mentioned that he's running third. Henriksen is a fourth place and a second place finish. His fastest time this year, 16:46. Hendrickson also has state meet experience here. Hendrickson 13th in the Class 3 race a year ago for Logan Rogersville with a 16:13 time then. That is his PR. Do not see that he was here at the first Gans Creek Classic, so this is his second race, but he liked the course with that nice finish in the state championship. So he's running third behind Wilhelm and Henriks as they are in their 4th kilometer now, those leaders. You can see on the display board and on our video screen, if you're watching online, nobody on that turn with Wilhelm. Go back through that S turn and you'd see the second place runner, Nathan Henriks. And they will be, at least the leader is going to be very close to the 4,000 meter mark. In the shade, running on the turn, and now out into the sunshine where he'll be coming up on 4K. And 4,000 meters, he picked it up a bit. His 3,000 meter split was 3:26, and then he went just at 3:20 for his 4th kilometer, and just under 13 minutes now for 4,000 meters for the leader, Wilhelm. Wilhelm out of Knob Noster, where he's a senior. He's finished first at the Boonville Invitational with a 16:44 this year. At the St. Mary's Cross Country, he was first. He's looking for his 3rd first place finish of this year. He was 4th, as we told you last year, in the Class 2 state championship on this race. And he is comfortably with a gap over Henriks. That gap was at 22 seconds through 4,000 meters. Henriks has a comfortable gap of about 12 seconds after 4K over Hendrickson. Those are the only 3 that were under 14 minutes through 4,000 meters. Wilhelm was 3rd in the white division at the first Gans Creek Classic, and is making a strong run to move up to 1st. If you're watching online, look at that hillside and that berm. Wouldn't we love for these to be normal conditions with that thing packed with people watching them make the final turn and onto the straightaway here. 2nd Gans Creek Classic, first race for the boys today. This is race number 2 overall of 10 scheduled. Wilhelm comes up on 15 and a half minutes into the race. He ran a 16:54 in finishing third in the Gans Creek Classic in the white division a year ago. Had a 16:12 in the state championship, which is his PR. And he's going to be close to that here today, as he's right now at 16 minutes with that, with the camera and the gator pulling off to let him have the finish line. And we'll see Samuel Wilhelm win the white division in the Gans Creek Classic second race. Checks his watch one more time, comes in for the final few meters, and he'll be under 16:20. There's your winner, Samuel Wilhelm of Knobnoster. On this course now, a first in the white division this year, going with his third last year. And a fourth place finish in the state meet. And we will see him, we would expect, back in the state championship in early November. Here comes your second runner. Henriksen, New Bloomfield, with a 16:43. Now, he had run in finishing seventh a year ago in the white division, a 17:21. How about that improvement for Nathan Henriks? Got our first three finishers. We medal 15 in this race, and the two teams that score the best scores for each of the race also will get team awards. Wilhelm, Henriksen, Henriksen with a 17:04 run today. How about the consistency through the last 2,000 meters for the winner, Samuel Wilhelm? A 3:19.9 split in his fourth kilometer, then his fifth kilometer, 3:19.4. We're getting close to our top 10 finishers in the white division boys race. We've already mentioned Samuel Wilhelm, Nathan Henriks, Landon Henriksen, the top three. Then it was Caleb Disler, a second New Bloomfield runner, coming through in fourth. David Held of Plato in fifth. Luke Engel, Kingsville in sixth. Ethan Nelson of Clark County in seventh. Craig McGowan of Christian Fellowship School in eighth. And Kingsville's Grant Engel ninth. Ryan Bailey of Kingsville in 10th. Three Kingsville runners in the top 10. We've divided up the race numbers a bit with the 5 divisions this year. Just checking last year's numbers in the white division boys race, we had 216 finishers. We're nearing 30 finishers so far and do not expect more than 150 today. Wilhelm, the winner's fastest kilometer, was the first one at just over 3:01. His last kilometer with the 3:19. Still looking at the team scores from this race, as New Bloomfield has had runners finish scoring 2nd, 3rd, 12th, 19th, and 28th place finishes. Gives them a score of 64 for their 5 runners that would score the best. Hannibal with 72, Lynn with 72 also. The 6th runner for Hannibal was 29th, and Lynn's 6th runner 32nd. So Kingsville has 3 runners in the top 10, but I guess they didn't have any other runners.
I'll go with it. Got a lot. Spots a lot of careers for really good guys in the noise.
Some of you were hearing those results a little while ago in Kingsville with a runner at 6th, 9th, and 10th. But again, not filling out the 5 well enough to see their team score be among the top 10 that we've seen so far. Again, New Bloomfield with 86, Hannibal with 93, Lynn with 96. Those would be the 3 teams pending other shake-up in those standings. We've seen nearly 90 that have finished the race. Packet pickup and arrival is happening now for the blue division teams, and we'll get to those in a moment. And we're still about 35 minutes away from the start of our next race. The schedule today has scheduled breaks between the divisions, the color divisions, and there will be a break from 9 to 9:30 from any races. Awards pickup for those in the white division, and again, the awards are for the top 2 teams and the top 15 individual racers. The next scheduled race will be in the blue division, and that will be the blue division girls, scheduled to start at 9:30.
Lawson must have had wrong breakfast.
Oh, is it?
Because we've had 2 runners, I think, from Lawson.
Yeah, that's Lawson too.
There's a chair over there, huh?
Oh, that's all right. I'm not up here very long, but I just got a few minutes.
Yeah? All right, I'll let Rob.
Just hiding.
You're just hiding? Perfect. Thanks, guys.
Again, as racers continue to come through at the end of the white division for the boys race, New Bloomfield as a team with 96, Hannibal 106, Lynn 111. As we've updated those numbers, those would be the top three schools. New Bloomfield finishing runners in scoring spots 2, 4, 20, 28, and 42. Top finisher for New Bloomfield, and the scoring team would be Nathan Henriks, who finished second overall with a 16:43. Henriks, we told you, a huge improvement in his time in this race from a year ago. Moved from 7th to 2nd and moved from a time of 17:21 to 16:43. But again, Samuel Wilhelm, who finished first for Knob Noster in that race, the senior, huge improvement in his time also. From 16, we'll round it off to 16:55 a year ago to 16:18 this year. Wilhelm now with 2 of his 3 races on this course under 16 minutes and 20 seconds. Just over 100 finishers in the boys' white race. 122 underneath the finish line. Looks like we'll have about 110 that will look to finish this race. There's one runner on the course to finish up our first boys race, the boys white race. Again, a 9:15 scheduled awards, and that'll just be an award pickup. We're not doing any gathering. Again, respecting the distance that is necessary with the COVID-19 pandemic, so the awards pickup scheduled at 9:15. We're within the half-hour window before the start of the second girls race of the day. That'll be the blue division. We have 16 schools that'll be represented in the blue division, about 160 on the entry list. And again, some teams are bringing smaller numbers because of illness or because of isolation or quarantine requirements. But 9:30 scheduled start for the blue division girls. You've got the 30-minute window to go through the process of signing in and going through the entry process, so you can do that as a team with masks. You'll need to do that to check in for the blue division girls, which the officials are welcoming at this time, and we'll be underway with that race at 9:30. Our course time is 10 minutes after 9. Next race starts at 9:30. Again, white division awards should be available at 9:15. In the girls' competition today, the winner was Adrienne Martins of St. Paul Lutheran in the white division. Her time 20 minutes, 22.7 seconds. Awards for the top 15. Let's go through those 15 behind Adrienne Martins in first. Second was Grace Bushling. Third, Emma McIntyre. Fourth, Delaney Strauss. Fifth was Brianna McAtee. And sixth, Catherine Doyle. Seventh, Lauren Cunningham. Myra Baker, eighth. Lauren Chaputis in ninth. Lily Caldwell, 10th. Reagan Klusik in 11th. 12th was Renee Block. 13th, Lauren Reed. 14th, Peyton Ziegler. And 15th, Michaela Limlin. The top two teams, and there should be awards for the top two. In the girls' white division, Palmyra with 56, Lynn with 71. We can give you those same standings in the boys' white division. Samuel Wilhelm, the winner there from Knob Noster. Second was Nathan Hendricks. Third, Landon Hendrickson. Fourth, Caleb Dissler. Fifth, David Held. Sixth, Luke Ingle. Seventh, Ethan Nelson. In eighth, Craig McGowan. Ninth, Grant Ingle. 10th, Ryan Bailey. 11th, Tyler Olcott. 12th, Eli Hess. In 13th, Ryder Randalls. 14th, Jace Cavness, and in 15th, Caden Bennett. Those are the top 15 finishers. Should be picking up individual awards. And the top two teams on the boys' white standings, New Bloomfield with 107, Hannibal with 123. Those are our the first division, white division, gone final. Check in right now for the girls' blue division. And they'll be underway with their race at 9:30. Course time 9:20, and again 10 minutes away from the start of the girls blue division race. Look like we'll have about 16 schools represented and between 150 to 160 runners on the entry list. But again, illness and other matters have kept our numbers a little bit below what we see on the original number list. But these are going to be the box assignments, and again we're using the odd numbered boxes. Oak Park in box 1, box 3 Capital City, Lee Summit North in box 5, Jefferson City in box 7, box 9 Northwest Cedar Hill, box 11 Platte County, Staley in box 19, Grain Valley in box 21, 23 will be Helias, Fort Zumwalt South in 25, 27 Lutheran St. Charles, Warrensburg in 29, Liberty Wentzville in 31, Smithville in 33, Sullivan in 35, Fort Zumwalt North in 37. All of the schools that entered originally had enough runners to compete for the team awards in this blue division. We'll see whether or not they've still maintained the number that they need to have that opportunity to compete for the team title in the blue division for the girls. Again, 16 schools scheduled to be in the race. 10-minute start from now. We're less than 5 minutes away from the start of our third race of the day out of 10, and this will be our first race in the blue division. It'll be the girls' blue starting at 9:30. Again, it's hard to do comparisons this year's Gans Creek Classic with last year's Gans Creek Classic because we've divided up the teams a bit differently to keep the fields smaller in this age of the novel coronavirus. And so we do have a blue division from last year, and Macy Shelp of Lutheran South was the winner a year ago in the blue division with a time of 19:18.8. But again, keep in mind that we only had 3 divisions in our varsity races a year ago. We have 5 this year. For seeding purposes, and the meet officials put the most competitive in the gold division, followed by this division, the blue, then green, purple, and white for seeding purposes in the races that we'll have today. This one again, the officials bringing him to the start, and we're about ready to go. Here we go with the blue division girls race. Again, Oak Park, Capital City, Lee Summit North, Jefferson City, Northwest, Cedar Hill, Platte County, Staley, Grain Valley, Helias, Fort Zumwalt South, Lutheran out of St. Charles, Warrensburg, Liberty out of Wentzville, Smithville, Sullivan, and Fort Zumwalt North. Team-wise, a year ago, in the blue division, Northwest Cedar Hill was the top team. They had 82 points. They had scorers in 8th, 9th, 18th, 23rd, and 24th position. Northwest Cedar Hill is in the race this year. Last year, Incarnate Word Academy was second in this division. Kearney was third, and Parkway Central was fourth. Those schools not in the blue division this year. So we do have an opportunity to see a repeat winner in the same colored division of the Gans Creek Classic for the first 2 years. And again, that will be Northwest Cedar Hill that we'll watch today. Their top finisher a year ago, scoring 8 points, was Claire Meisch. She graduated, but she was 11th overall. So this is the first kilometer of the 5K race. And again, if you just joined us, they do a 2-kilometer loop first. They'll come up to almost the finish line, the eventual finish line at the 2K. They'll make that turn around those orange cones that are here near the finish line, and that'll be their 2K. Their first kilometer is off of this turn. They have a long, broad straightaway, which is perfect for large fields that we normally are able to host here at the Gans Creek cross-country course. They make a big turn and loop, which is about as far south as they're going to be, and they'll take that loop twice. Off of the big turn, they'll be at the 1K just about the time they get beside a pond that is tucked inside the next turn. Winning time in the girls' white division already run was 20:22. Last year's winning time in this division was 19:18. I did a quick count so far on this course in the 2-year history. There have been about 30 high school girl runners who have gone under 19 minutes. We expect to see some of those perhaps in this race. This is the second year of running on this course. And again, as I said, about almost 30 who've gone under 19 minutes. They're coming up on the first split. We'll have the 1,000 meters. The running time is coming up on 3.5 minutes. The top time in the first race through 1,000 meters was 3:39. We see a 3:38.8 for Danielle Bucher of Helias. Allie Kruger of Liberty out of Wentzville is second. And then you'll see Lily Madden, Emily Willman, Olivia Littleton. Those are your top 5 runners. 3:38.8 leading time for the sophomore out of Helias, Danielle Bucher. Bucher has run a 3,000 cross-country race earlier this year and a couple of 5Ks. She set her PR at the Raymore Peculiar Invitational earlier this month with a 21:12. She did not run on the Gans Creek course a year ago, so this is her first opportunity to run this course, and she led through 1,000. Allie Kruger, a familiar name. She's one that we've seen especially race in the indoor races that the University of Missouri has hosted for the high schoolers through the years. Kruger in her junior year at Liberty Wentzville. No. Kruger finished second earlier this cross-country season, late August, in a 4,000 meter run. And the 4,000 meters at just under 15.5 minutes. She has a first place finish in the Forest Park Cross-Country Festival, a second in the Festus Bowls. She is the one that we've seen here, and she had a 21st place finish in the Class 4 state championship a year ago. She's one of those 30 that we mentioned under 19 minutes on this course. She ran an 18:58.30. Kruger did in 21st place in the cross-country state championship. Here at the Gans Creek, she was 27th in the pre-state meet a year ago. That would have been in the gold division last year. Kruger running a 20:22 on this course a year ago. And of course, she improved greatly by the time that she was ready for the state meet, under 19 minutes, as we said. So Kruger with a lot of experience. And you'll see the lead gator, and we do have the camera in the back of that around the turn. Here comes the 2K split. Kruger has taken over the lead, running a second split of 3:45. Kruger down that straightaway that they ran about 8 minutes ago. Littleton has moved into second. She moved up 3 spots in the second kilometer, and Danielle Bucher, who was the leader through the first kilometer, now in third. Madden, Willman, Klippenstein, Gray, Adair, the top 8, all through that 2K split, 7:51 or faster. So Kruger opens with a 3:40 split in second, then followed that up with a 3:45. Her lead over Littleton about 6 seconds. Littleton's lead over Bucher about 6 seconds, and 6 seconds split between Bucher and Madden. Those would be the top 4. Kruger comes into this week's cross-country activity with the best this season of 19:18 and a half. That was on her way to the second place finish at the Festus Bowls Invitational. That puts her 17th on the performers list for the state cross-country top 100. Unofficial standings through 2,000 meters team-wise would be Fort Zumwalt South with 104, Lee Summit North with 105, and Platte County with 112. $113 for Warrensburg. So tight battle for the teams. Top 2 teams get recognized with the awards in the blue division. So the leader is coming up on the 3K mark. Just a straightaway. And then as they come around that pond, they'll be veering off to the right this time instead of taking the inside loop for their farthest run to the east on the course. We mentioned Littleton out of Smithville running second behind Allie Kruger. Littleton has a couple of firsts already. Smithville Invitational Championship, Platte County Invitational Championship, finished third 2 more times at the Ray Peck and also Tim Nixon Invitationals this cross-country season. She was third in Class 3 in the state cross-country championships a year ago on this course. Littleton running an 18:46 that race as a junior. She was 4th on this course, and that would have been in the gold division a year ago with a 19:29. Kruger and Littleton still running 1 and 2. They're the only 2 under 12 minutes through 3,000 meters. Kruger split a 3:55 on her 3rd K and a 4:01 split for Littleton on 3rd K. 12-second advantage now for Kruger over Littleton. In third at 12:06 through 3,000 meters, Madeline Gray of Fort Zumwalt South. Emily Willman of Sullivan with a 12:06.2. Just less than a second separated Gray and Willman for third and fourth. There were 16 through the 3,000 meters in less than 12 and a half minutes. Well, Kruger and Littleton, again, as we've been saying, who have had some success on this course. They're running 1 and 2. A difference between second and third. Littleton has a 33-second advantage over Gray in third. So between first and third, you would see about a 45-second difference. Watching Allie Kruger now. Out of Liberty Wentzville. She won her district race, was second in the sectional, 21st in the Class 4 state championship last year. Of course, there was no outdoor track and field championship on the state level this year. Go back to 2019. Kruger 5th in the mile. Or make that the 1,600 meters with a just under 5:17. She was the runner-up in the Class 4 state 3,200 meters with an 11:24. She's continuing to work on a lead that was 12 seconds at the end of 3,000 meters. And we're going to get the 4,000 meter split now. Here's Kruger at 4,000. The 350,000 meter fourth kilometer, 15:11 through 4,000 meters. Again, her lead was 12 seconds at the end of the 3,000 meters. Here's our second runner, Littleton, now. And the lead is up to about 18 seconds now as Kruger continues to gain about 6 seconds each 1,000 meters. Allie Kruger, a junior out of Liberty Wentzville, ahead of the Smithville senior Olivia Littleton. Lily Cutler of Smithville, the second Smithville runner, another senior for that school. She's in third with a 16:09. 40-second difference between Littleton and Cutler running second and third. Then Madeline Gray of Fort Zumwalt South in fourth. Emily Willman in fifth. Avery Adair of Staley running sixth. Lily Madden seventh. Maddie Klippenstein eighth. Molly Morris ninth. And Carmen Gentilia 10th. Those are your top 10. Top 6 under 16 and a half minutes. The top 2 under 15 and a half minutes. Again, Kruger, 27th a year ago in the gold division with a 2022, but under 19 for a 21st place finish in the State Cross Country Championship Class 4. Well, the boys in the blue division, they are in the check-in process now. Those check-ins can happen within 30 minutes of the scheduled start of the next race, and we do start it on time regardless of what's happening on the course. So the blue division boys, as a team, you can go through the check-in process with masks, and then you'll go to the start line. That scheduled start for that race for the blue division boys is at 10. 18 minutes and change with Allie Kruger now on her final turn, approaching the straightaway, running all alone. Again, she had the 18-second advantage at the end of 4,000 meters, and Kruger has not given up any of that time. Checking the camera view. Nobody in sight yet coming around the bend behind Kruger. Unconcerned about that, though. She'll continue to finish strong. Here's our third winner of the day. This is Allie Kruger, the junior out of Liberty Wentzville, the blue division winner in the girls' race. Kruger with an 18:52.2, a 3:40 last 1,000-meter split. Last year on this course in the first Gans Creek Classic, we only had one runner that went under 19 minutes, and that was the winner in the gold division for the girls, on the girls' side I'm talking about, and that was Carolyn Ford. And Kruger just puts in a sub-19 winning the blue division this year, 18:52.2. Olivia Littleton of Smithfield does hold on for second with a 19:18. Top two finishers. Kruger shaved 6 seconds off of her 21st place finish time in the state cross-country championships on the same course. She was at 18:58 there, so she continues to improve each time she runs on this course. A teammate of the second place finisher, Lily Cutler from Smithville, in third, just over 20 minutes and 3 seconds. Madeline Gray of Fort Zumwalt South with a fourth place finish. Willman of Sullivan, Adair, who's only a freshman out of Staley High School. She'll be our top freshman finisher. A half second under 20 and a half minutes. Danielle Bucher of Helias, who was the early leader in this race, she holds on for a seventh place finish. Molly Morris of Liberty Wentzville in eighth. Lily Madden from Lee Summit North in ninth. And Lauren Hirsch of Fort Zumwalt South in 10th. Then Riley Posey of Northwest Cedar Hill in 11th. Maddie Klippenstein, Platte County 12th. Samantha Brown of Northwest Cedar Hill 13th. Carmen Gentilia of Platte County in 14th. And Bell Hill of Fort Zumwalt North in 15th. If those standings stay, those will be your medalists in the girls' blue race. Kruger leading them all with an 18:52. We've had about 30 finish the race now. Kruger's time, 18:52.2. Would have put her, if you combined all the color divisions last year in the girls' races in the first Gans Creek Classic, that time would have put her second overall. It was interesting to see the improvements, though, from the Gans Creek Classic, which was September 28th a year ago, to the state cross-country championship on the same course on November the 9th. How the times did change, and we saw so many improvements between the stage of the Gans Creek Classic and the state championship. Allie Kruger among them, also Olivia Littleton. Littleton in 1929, a year ago, when she was finishing 4th in the gold division of the girls, and in 1918 today, so she improved by 11 seconds in the Gans Creek Classic. On the Missouri mile split list, Kruger came in ranked 17th on that list. She had a best of 19:18.5 coming into today. Her 18:52 is an attention getter because that takes her up to 5th on the performance list as compiled by mile split for the state of Missouri. Littleton's time of 19:18 coming into today would now put her at 17th. About 5 minutes away from the start of the Blue Division boys race. We're expecting 17 schools to be represented in the boys blue division. Ruskin in box 1, Northwest Cedar Hill in 3, 5, Jefferson City, 7, Liberty Wentzville, 9, Oak Park, 11, Fort Zumwalt South, then a bit of a gap. 19th box would be Fort Zumwalt North. 21st would be Grain Valley. In box 23, looking at Lutheran of St. Charles. Box 25, Warrensburg. Staley in box 27. Capital City in box 29, Smithville in 31. In 33, it'll be Lee Summit North, 35, Sullivan, 37, Platte County, Helias in 39. Those are the box assignments for 17 schools scheduled to be in the next race. Preliminary entries put this number at around 170. A quick look. Ruskin has scheduled 2 entries, and that would put them as the only group here that would not have enough to compete for the team score. And speaking of team scores, let's go back to the blue girls race. Liberty Wentzville with 99 looks to be the winner in the girls competition for the blue division. Smithville in second with 104. Smithville, as we said, had the second and third overall finishers, and then they had 19, 32nd, and 48. Liberty, with Kruger leading the way, finishes first. Her teammate Danielle, her teammate that would finish 7th in the scoring totals, Molly Morris, who finished 8th overall, and then a 15th, 26th, and 50th finish gives Liberty of Wentzville the team win in the girls' blue division. Smithville second, a 5-point advantage for Liberty Wentzville. Smithville with 104. Platte County would be third with 114. So they're away now in the second boys race of the day. This is the blue division for the boys. Last year, the winner of this race was Lamar's Colin Overstreet. The senior ran a 16:19.9. Again, we have more divisions this year. If you're tuning in as we go through the day, 5 color divisions this time as opposed to 3 a year ago. But we will keep an eye and do some comparison because it's fun to look at the times and see how they've improved this year. Fort Zumwalt North had a senior that finished second in the blue division last year. That was Seth Gleason. Last year in this division of the Gans Creek Classic in the first year, 7 were under 17 minutes. Now, we've already had one boys race today. That was in the white division. The winner there was Samuel Wilhelm. He ran a 16:18. 16:18 would have won the blue division race last year. As far as schools that are in this competition who have had good luck on the state level, Jefferson City is in this race, and Jefferson City a year ago finished 7th in the team Class 4 standings. Even if we don't get the camera, huh?
Yeah, he's got it like vertical right now.
Those of you who are trying to follow along and watch this on the video feed, we'll get some of the video update and also the camera off the back of the gator. We'll try to get that straightened out there. Around the big turn, there is a bit of a wind on the course today, and this course heads from north to south at the straightaway, and so they're running into a wind at the start. Those of you who follow the weather forecast over the last few days knew that today was supposed to be a warm day with gusting winds, sometimes up to 25 miles an hour out of the south. So it's a pretty tough course at the beginning, and also when they come around after the end of the 2K split, they head back down the same stretch that they ran at the start of the race. And when they do that, they're running into the headwind. That's going to be their worst part of the headwind that they have on this race course. Getting ready for a split through the first 1,000 meters for the boys race. There goes the gator, and we've got 2 running side by side through the first 1,000 meters. And that is Caleb Lind of Lutheran out of St. Charles and Thomas Rail of Jefferson City. They go through under 2:59. That's about 2 seconds faster, not quite 2 seconds faster than Wilhelm ran in the white division through 1,000 meters. Last year, the first high school race on this course, we had 3 from the gold division under 16 minutes. Those were the only 3 under 16 minutes when we held the Gans Creek Classic. Then the state championships came. There were 4 classes a year ago. There are going to be 5 classes of cross-country championships this year. 29 under 16 minutes in the Class 4 last year. And there were 6, so 35 under 16 minutes, 36 under 16 minutes when we add in the winning time from Class 2 a year ago. So 16 seems to be a good number to try to go for in this race. Lind, Rail, Atkins, Walker, Neild, the top 5 through the first 1,000 meters. Then Caden Krieger also under 3:05 through the first 1,000. Still a 2-man race, Lind and Rail. Caleb Lind, Thomas Rail running 1 and 2 as we get the update from the course. They're in the second 1,000 meters, about 10 seconds away from the 5-minute mark. Top time coming into this weekend as listed on the Missouri Mile Split website, Brock Wooderson of 15:23. We'll see him later. The junior out of Jefferson City who's running 1-2 with Caleb Lynn. Thomas Roll from Jefferson City has run a 16:35 so far this year at the Raymore Peculiar Invitational, coming in 6th in that race. Ran his 5,000 cross-country PR on this course last year, finishing 27th in the Class 4 finals with a 15:58.80. He's one of those under 16 minutes on this course. Sharp turn here. They'll loop back to run back into the wind on the straightaway for lap number 2. This will be a 3K lap. Land of St. Charles leading now by about 3 seconds. A 6:04 for Lind, Rail with a 6:07. Andrew Atkins of Staley is running 3rd. Caden Krieger is running 4th. Krieger moves up a couple of spots on the second 1,000 meters. Lynn from Lutheran of St. Charles will tell you some of his background. He comes in ranked 14th on the performance list so far this season with a 16:04.8. Did that at the Fort Zumwalt North Twilight Invitational. Finished 5th in that race. Lynn is in the class of 2022, makes him a junior. He's finished in the top 5 in 5,000 meter races so far this cross-country season 3 times. He was the winner in a 2-mile. The Fleet Feet Kickoff Classic went 2 miles in a PR 9:56. Last year, the leader of this race, Lind, was Class 3, 23rd place finisher. Here at Gans Creek, he was 15th in the pre-state meet. As a sophomore on this course, in his first race on Gans Creek course is 17:22. Improved to 16:29. Huge performance improvement for him when he came back to run in the cross-country championships, where he was a top 25 finisher on the state level in Class 3. We'll be able to update the splits and the standings at the 3K mark. The gap at 2,000 meters between Lind and Rail was about 3.5 seconds, not quite. If you're following along on the video feed, you can see that the gap may be a bit more now as the picture freezes. We're coming up on the 3,000 meter mark, and we've got that at 9:21, so a 3:17 split. Lynn now has gone 2:59, 3:06, and 3:17. 9:21 is his time, and his lead has improved up to 16 seconds over the Jeff City junior. And it doesn't at 10 minutes or better at the split at 3,000 meters, again led by Caleb Lind of Lutheran St. Charles. No change in the standing at the 3,000 meter mark for the top four finishers. It was Caleb Lind, Thomas Rail, Andrew Atkins, and Caden Krieger. They did not change their standings. Moving up a spot into fifth in that kilometer was Cooper Palmer of Warrensburg. No big changes in those standings. A gain of 3 for Peyton Kirchhoff of Helias. He moved up into 8th, so into the top 10 on his third kilometer. And then Gabriel Pingleton of Oak Park, he also moved up 3 spots. So those are the two, as far as the top 10 are concerned, that had the biggest change in standings from 2,000 to 3,000 meters. Staley High School would be the team leader. Helias running second through 3,000 meters. Staley with 82. Team points, Helias with 122. Lutheran St. Charles with 134. Those would be your top 3 teams with 2,000 meters to go. The leader is getting ready for a big sharp loop, and after he gets around that big turn, he'll be at the 4,000 meter split. From 4,000 to 5,000, there's a turn back south and then head back north, west just a bit, a big loop, and then onto the straightaway. There's about a 8,000 meter slight incline in that last 1,000 meters. Runners will be challenged by what doesn't seem to be that steep when you're looking at it, but it's an incline that will challenge them as they come through that last 4,000 meters. And we get ready to go with a split at the 4K now for the leader, who remains Caleb Lind. Lind through 4,000 meters at 12:40.1, a 3:19 split through 4,000. For those who are not here, if you're wondering about weather conditions, 70 is what the most recent temperature. South winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Looking for 80 later on today. Most of these races will be done before we get to be that warm, though. Not as humid as it could be for a central Missouri 80-degree day either. No change again in the top 5 through 4,000 meters, with Lind continuing to lead. His gap is up to 19 seconds over Thomas Rail of Jefferson City. Andrew Atkins another 10 seconds behind the Jeff City J. And then Caden Krieger in 4th and Cooper Palmer in 5th. Those 5 under 13 minutes and 15 seconds through 4,000 meters. So 2 under 13 minutes, running about a 3:20,000 meter split time. Lind opened sub 2:59, and then he was up to 3:05, a 3:17, and a 3:19. If he stays on pace, he'd be able to be under 16 minutes at the finish. Last year's winning time in the blue division of the Gans Creek Classic was 16:19. We had 3 under 16 minutes overall last year. Those 3 came from the gold division. competitive purposes, seeding purposes, this is our second toughest competitive division. The gold division, which will be the next division, is the one that will have the faster seed times in it. But again, like we saw in the girls' blue division with Allie Kruger, she posted a time that would have put her second in last year's Gans Creek competition when you put all the times together. Through 4,000 meters, Staley with 96, Elias 115, Lutheran St. Charles 133. Those would be the team standings through 4,000 meters. Again, we recognize a couple of teams, and we recognize right there the Lutheran St. Charles Jr., Caleb Lind, who has come through the finish line. Lind first. The Jeff City's Thomas Rail second. Again, we don't see much of a change in the standings in those top four from early on in the race. Lind's time was under 16, a 15:56.5. He split sub 3:16 in his final 1,000 meters. Rail with a 16:18. Andrew Atkins of Staley, third, also under 16.5 minutes. And we'll have our top 15 with that last rush of runners across. To make it into the top 15, we're looking at a time of 17 and single digits. Well, actually right at 17:10 and faster will be among the top 15 in this race. Caleb Lind, the winner, 15:56.5. How about the improvement for Lind? Last year, his first time on this course is 17:22, and here at 15:56. We do tell you that he improved quite a bit, though, when he came back and ran in the state championship meet. We're seeing a lot of improved times. Good running this year as the runners have shown major improvement over the course of a year. Lind in the state championship on his way to the 23rd place finish in Class 3 a year ago. Ran a 16:29, so again under 16 for the first time today. Team standings, with some teams still finishing, and these could change, but Staley with an 84, Elias with an 88. Those are the only two teams right now that we see under 100. Elias with a strong finish. Top runner for Staley finished third overall, and that's Andrew Atkins. Elias had Peyton Kirchhoff, who was their top scorer. He'll be finishing with 7th place points. Maybe 8th overall. Had 100 runners finished so far. Started with a entry list of around 160 to 170 in this division for the boys race. Caleb Lind, the winner, with a 15:56. Thomas Rail second from Jefferson City. Andrew Atkins of Staley third, Cooper Palmer of Warrensburg fourth, Caden Krieger of Ruskin fifth. Krieger running as one of two that were entered to run for Ruskin, and Krieger finishes fifth overall, won't figure into the point standings. Drew Bellardo of Warrensburg sixth, Keon Grieve of Capital City seventh, Peyton Kirchhoff, as we mentioned a moment ago, for Helias, the top finisher for the Crusaders. He finishes eighth. Gabriel Pinkleton of Oak Park ninth, Andrew Neild of Jefferson City, second Jefferson City runner in the top 10. He finishes 10th. Noah McMullen of Lutheran St. Charles 11th. Hudson Allen from Oak Park 12th. Carson Clancy of Lee Summit North in 13th. Blake Bustrom of Platte County in 14th. Dawson Walker of Staley in 15th. Staley scoring points for 3rd and 14th, 23rd, 29th, and 37th. Staley with 106. Lutheran St. Charles 118. And again, these latter finishers do make a difference in what the standings are going to be. Right now it would be Staley with 106, Lutheran North with 118, and Helias with 121. Awards for the top two schools, top 15 individual finishers. Those awards for the Blue Division girls and boys races scheduled at 10:45. Our next race is scheduled to start at 11. That'll be the girls Gold Division. We are gapping these races, and especially with a 30-minute break in between the color divisions, because of not wanting to have too big of a crowd here, with certain restrictions for the city and the county in regard to the COVID-19 situation. If you're missing a green Garmin watch, that has been turned in at team check-in. So if you're missing a green Garmin watch and would like to go and try to identify that, please do so at the team check-in table. Those two runners put it at 134 finishers in this race. We are within the 30-minute scheduled start of our next race, and that'll be the girls' gold division race, scheduled to start at 11. Those teams that are in that race can start checking them in now. You'll know the process with the officials' tent area well behind the start line. You'll need to go through that area. It helps the officials if you go through as a team and, of course, with your mask. So please, if you're in the girls' gold race, you can start that check-in process if you've not done it already. As a team, masked through the tent area where the officials will make sure that you're checked in properly. Awards should be available about now for the blue division races. It's about 10:45. We're nearing the 15-minute before the next race mark, and that'll be the gold division for the girls. Seating-wise, this will be our fastest group. Our most competitive may come from these runners, which will be on the line for the gold division girls at 11, gold division boys at 11:45. Teams, if you've not checked in already for this gold division girls race, and those are the only racers and athletes that are being checked in at this time, you can do so at the officials area, which is the gap in the fences behind the start line. That's where you'll go, hopefully as a team together, and for sure all masked. The officials are checking in gold division girls teams now. Now 10 minutes away from the start of our girls' gold race. We've got 16 schools scheduled to be represented in this race. About 164 originally registered. We've seen lower numbers because some are either unable to participate today for various reasons. We'll give you the box assignments now. Box 1, Liberty North. Box 3, St. Teresa's Academy. In Box 5, Festus. Box 7, one runner representing Brookfield. Box 9, Raymore Peculiar. Box 11, Central out of St. Joseph. Then we've scheduled some empty boxes and a gap to Box 19, which is Rockbridge. Box 21 is Timberland. 23 is Hickman. Number 25 box is Joplin. In the 27th, it'll be Fort Zumwalt West. 29 will be Jackson. 31, Francis Howell. 33, Liberty. Lee Summit West in 35 and Blue Springs in 37. Those are the box assignments for the girls' gold division. All of those schools will be competing for the team competition except for Brookfield, and also we do not believe that Central out of St. Joseph will be competing on the team side, and some of those that are listed as having a full contingent that would qualify them for the team competition. There may be various reasons why they do not have a field of 5. Also, we've seen some changes as we've gone through the day. The gold division last year was our fastest division, and the winner is back to defend her title. That's Carolyn Ford as a freshman for Rockbridge a year ago, an 18:40 in winning the gold division race. Michaela Clark of Lee Summit West was second a year ago, and she is scheduled to be running today also. Team-wise, in the gold division a year ago, Lee Summit West was the winning team. Eureka was second, and Rockbridge was third. Lee Summit West, a big win in the gold division of the first Gans Creek Classic with 63 points, well ahead of Eureka's 138 in second. If you're just joining us again, we'll be getting splits. We have also had very good luck today with those of you watching online, a camera that is off of the gator that leads the field, and that has been very helpful to be able to see those pictures and get an idea of how the race is progressing. Seen some good races so far, and especially with the winner of the girls' blue race, Allie Kruger, an 18:52 attention getter, and then in the boys' blue race, Caleb Lind, a 15:56. Those are our top times so far. We're 4 races through with 6 to go in the second Gans Creek Classic out of the Gans Creek Cross Country course. And again, as I said earlier today, a big thank you to the Columbia Parks and Recreation heading up the efforts to get these races underway and working with the county health department to make sure that we are following rules and regulations. Please do abide by those as you go through the day. Thank you also to the officials who are part of the Track and Field Association and Cross Country Association. There are several representatives here also from the Missouri State High School Activities Association. And we appreciate the volunteers and those who are working the meet, helping out with this. Prime time timing also is where you can get some information and follow along. We know that many are watching online today, and we appreciate Cody and all he does to make sure that these meets run as professionally as they do. Can't beat the service that he gives in timing, and also in all the other extras that some of you here on location are able to see on the display boards, and also those of you who are following online. So it takes a lot. The sponsors are appreciated, and we appreciate those who are here today under the very unusual circumstances where, again, for those who are watching online, you're probably well aware that spectators have been banned from watching today. We just have a few that are part of the staff members that are here to cheer on the athletes and their efforts. We'll be underway in about 5 minutes. It'll be the gold, the top seeded group in the competition today. The girls starting at 11, the boys at 11:30. Still to come, we've got the green and the purple divisions. Gold division on the course next. They'll be running a 2K loop. We've got cameras at the split of the kilometers and also the lead camera. 2Ks will take them out against what is about a 15 or so mile an hour wind into their face on the straightaway at the start. They'll be making a turn. They come up after that turn far south on this course, as far south as they will go at the end of this starting stretch. And then the first kilometer comes right as they get ready to go around a pond. They will have the short loop for the first part of the race. The 2 kilometers will be here close to the finish line, and then they'll head back out for 3 more kilometers, running over the same part of the course for about 1 1/3 or 1 1/4 kilometers, and then hitting the new part of the course, which will take them further east. So away they go in the gold division of the girls race. Liberty North, St. Teresa's Academy, Festus, Brookfield, Raymore Peculiar, Central out of St. Joseph, Rockbridge, Timberland, Hickman, Joplin, Fort Zumwalt West, Jackson, Francis Howe, Liberty, Lee Summit West, and Blue Springs. We do have the course record holder for high school girls in this field. Carolyn Ford, as a freshman, became the first freshman to win the Class 4 Girls State Cross Country Championship on this course with an 18:08. She also won the gold race in 18:40. She blasted the field with a win of 44 seconds over the second place finisher, Michaela Clark of Lee Summit West. Clark is also scheduled to be running today. We'll get a more accurate reading as to exactly who is in the field as they come up on the first kilometer, and we'll see them back here in about 7 or 8 minutes as they'll make that turn right before the finish line, which will put them through 2,000 meters. In the gold division a year ago, the team race went to Lee Summit West with 63 points. Eureka was second in the gold race for the girls with 138, and Rockbridge was third with 155. We have two of last year's state champions in the 4 classes of cross-country running last year in this race. One of them is Carolyn Ford, who I mentioned a moment ago, and the other one is Alex Sharp. Sharp represents Class 2 out of Brookfield, the lone runner on the Brookfield team in this race, and she ran to first in Class 2 last year with a 19:07 on this course. Alex Sharp comes in here with a 19:52 season best this year, a first place finish at the Chillicothe Invitational. Ford comes in with the best this season, ranked on the mile split Missouri list as number 4, and that is Carolyn Ford, the Rockbridge now sophomore, who's running in the lead. She won the Raymore Peculiar Cross Country Invitational with an 18:49.30. So again, they took that big loop at the far south end of this course, and now with a sharp or slight little turn to the right, they'll be heading down towards the first kilometer split. Last year, Ford was the only runner in the Gans Creek first edition who was under 19 minutes on this course with an 18:40. Of course, many came back and broke 19 minutes a few weeks later in November when they ran the state championships on this course, and Ford with an 18:08 then. Maya Trober, a sophomore out of Blue Springs, with an 18:13, finished second in the Class 4 championships. Grace Tyson out of Lafayette was third, and she was just a freshman also. There were 3 freshmen in the top 6 on this course in the Class 4 state championship, and 2 sophomores. The youth really prevailed in last year's state championship meet. You see a lot of the runners now passing underneath the first kilometer split. We're just now at 3:50 in this race. Carolyn Ford did a 4,000 meter race earlier, 14:37, finishing first in the ABC meet. She's run 2 5,000 meter cross-country races so far this year, won both of those. Earlier in September, the Ray Peck, which we mentioned, where she was first with an 18:49, that puts her in the top 5 in the state, and then she ran the Tim Nixon on September 5th and won with a 19:11. Her PR is on this course, an 18:08.60 on her way to the Class 4 championship a year ago. Last year, in her freshman year, she had 6 first-place finishes in cross-country and 2 second-place finishes. She went on to run in the Nike Cross Nationals Midwest Regional and finished 37th there. didn't have an opportunity to compete on the track her first year as a high schooler because of the cancellations of all these spring championships. Top time among all the runners so far on a 5,000 meter course in cross country for the women's side of high school in Missouri, Riley Arnold. We should see Riley later. She runs for Blue Eye High School. They'll be in one of the later races, but she's come in with an 18:21 this season, an 18:27 for Julia Ray of MICDS. And Maya Trober of Blue Springs South has run an 18:42. Carolyn Ford then with the 18:49. So far this season in cross-country races, there have been 8 of the ladies who are under 19 minutes in previous runs. And there's the leader around the turn on the start line for the second time, and she'll be heading back down south into the wind, and that is our leader, Carolyn Ford, who we've been telling you about through this opening 2,000 meters. Maybe she sneaked a peek over that left shoulder to see where her nearest competitors are, and there are 3 together as they make the turn there. We'll get those splits for you as soon as we can. And 8 minutes into the race now with Carolyn Ford well on her way towards the halfway point of the race. As we said earlier, if all that were registered lined up at the start line, and that would be a big if, there were about 164. Check-ins are underway now for the boys that'll be running in the gold division. That check-in begins 30 minutes before the start of the race, and that's 11:30 start for the gold division for the boys. So that check-in is going on now. As a team with masks or facial coverings, you can check in with the officials as they have you come through that area where your chips are registered and before you go to the start line. So that process is underway right now. On that far south turn, that's Carolyn Ford of Rockbridge, who's got the lead since very early in this race. This is her 3rd time racing on this course. She's done an 18:40 in the Gans Creek last year, an 18:08 on her way to the championship in the Class 4 state meet last year. She's already run an 18:49 on another course this year. And if you're watching online, you can see the camera set what was the 1st kilometer, now is the 3rd kilometer, and we'll be able to watch those runners come through there. the lead vehicle across 3,000 meters. Carolyn Ford a few strides behind. She comes through 3,000 meters at about 10:43. And now here come the closest runners to Ford at about 11:26. Carolyn Ford through 2,000 meters at 6:55. What do we say? 10:43 at the end of 3,000 meters. The three chasing through the halfway point of this race: Ashlyn Smith of Raymore Peculiar, Sutton Richardson, Liberty, Gracie Jacobs of St. Teresa's Academy. Right now, Carolyn Ford has taken the right side of the fork in the trail. This will take her to a part of the course that the runners haven't run yet today, at least not in the race. A 3:49 split in the third kilometer for Carolyn Ford. Sutton Richardson split a 4:07, a 4:09 split for Ashlyn Smith, and Gracie Jacobs with a 4:08. So again, you can see that Carolyn Ford 18 seconds gained on her second place runner and a 42-second lead overall. And that was through 3,000 meters. Sutton Richardson from Liberty High School comes in. She's under 19 minutes so far this season. She was at the Lee Summit North Invitational when she finished second there. Sutton Richardson running second in this race on this course in the Class 4 championships a year ago. She finished 56th. She was 40th in the pre-state meet here at Gans Creek in the gold division a year ago. Richardson making big improvement so far in this race, running alongside Ashlyn Smith of Raymore Peculiar. Ashlyn Smith comes in with the best this season of 19:28.92. Smith is just a freshman, so this is her freshman year of running. Carolyn Ford was in that spot a year ago, and here she is now as a sophomore, showing no signs of any kind of sophomore slump, as she is way out away from the rest of the field in the final 1,500 meters of this race. Ford with Richardson, Smith, Gracie Jacobs also in that group of the top four. The three, Richardson, Smith, and Jacobs, have been running pretty close together throughout the good portion of this race. Gracie Jacobs out of St. Teresa's Academy, also one of the freshmen. These upper classes are really stocked with some good runners coming up over the next 3 and 4 years. Jacobs so far this season as the 1949 PR was on her way to a 7th place finish at the Ray Peck Cross Country Invitational. A 14:26.9 through 4,000 meters for Carolyn Ford. A 3:42 split on the last 1,000 meters. Again, Ford won the gold division a year ago with an 18:40. Won the state cross-country championship with an 18:08 course record for the high school girls. She is on pace to make a go at the 18:08.6. If she runs another 3:42, that would put her right on pace to match her course record. Her third 1,000 meters was at 3:49, her fourth at 3:43. Smith and Richardson still running second and third. Smith edging in front of Richardson now by about 3 seconds, and then you'll see Gracie Jacobs. But there's a 58-second difference between first and second. Alex Sharp, the Brookfield runner who we told you about, who was a state champion in Class 2 last year. Alex Sharp in this race is running 5th. Sharp comes in as one of the top runners in the state. On the top 50 list, Sharp is a 7:23. She won the state on this course with a 19:07 a year ago. Alex Sharp was second in the blue division a year ago with a 19:28. This race is all about Carolyn Ford right now, though, as she is just way out away from the rest of the field. Carolyn Ford on a turn now brings her heading west. She'll make another sweeping turn that'll end up bringing her around onto the straightaway. We're at the 17-minute mark now. Course record is 18:08.6. Carolyn Ford holds that. She's not lost a race on this course yet. Now in her sophomore year, it doesn't look like on her third race she's going to lose it either. It's just a matter of whether she'll take a go at her 18:08 that she set in the Class 4 state championship last year. This is Carolyn Ford, the Rockridge sophomore. Ford being led onto the straightaway. You'll see no one behind her. She had a 58-second lead, at the end of 4,000 meters. The race is going to be for second, third, and fourth. Smith, Richardson, and Jacobs. They were only separated by about 13 seconds. The Gator pulls off. Here's Carolyn Ford. Ford right now at 18 seconds. 18 minutes. So she have enough to break the 18:08. Right at it. Carolyn Ford wins the gold division for the second straight year and misses her course record by 0.4 of a second, and 18:09 even today for Ford. That becomes the fastest time for a 5,000-meter cross-country race by a Missouri runner this year, 18:09, bumping Riley Arnold of Blue Eye, who we'll see later today in another race, down to number 2. Carolyn Ford back with an 18:09 even. The split on her last 5,000, last 1,000 was 3:42. Her last 2 kilometer splits, 3:42.8 and 3:42.2. Here comes our second place finisher. And that is Sutton Richardson, who gained a spot on that last 1,000 meters, splitting a 3:48 and able to overtake Ashlyn Smith. Richardson from Liberty, Ashlyn Smith from Raymore Peculiar. Sutton Richardson with a 19:15.4. Last year on this course, she ran a 20:47.3. What a big improvement for her. In the state championships, she ran a 19:44 and finished 56th for Liberty. Huge improvement also for Sutton Richardson, now in the 19:15 range, and a second place finish in the gold division. Ashlyn Smith also in the top 3. Smith came in with a 19:28 best this season. She'll pair 8 seconds off of that. And she is one of the freshmen. Ford, Richardson, Smith, top three. Then Gracie Jacobs of St. Teresa's. Her teammate Sydney Swan finishes fifth, right behind Gracie Jacobs. Alex Sharper Brookfield, who we talked about a state championship last year in Class 2. This year, Alex runs a 1945.6 and finishes sixth in this race. Jenna Lee Dunn of Joplin, seventh. Aubrey Seltman of Liberty North in eighth. Jolie Galloway of Central out of St. Joseph, ninth. Alexandra Carson, Joplin, 10th. Sarah Russum from Francis Howell, 11th. Mac Flynn of Francis Howell, 12th. Lydia Limbeck of Fort Zumwalt West, 13th. Ellie Maynor of Liberty, 14th. 15th will be Livia Votruba of Timberland. Those would be your top 15 medalists, barring any change. And then you'll see another Francis Howell runner in 16th, Ella Coulter. Sasha Huff of Liberty in 17th. Abigail Brackenberry, 18th. The first Hickman finisher will be Perry Welch in 19th. Another Rockbridge runner, a teammate of Carolyn Ford, comes in 20th, and that's Brooke Walter. Another Rockbridge runner, Ava Berry, in 24th. And yet another Rockbridge runner in the top 30, Macy Stuber. Team totals right now, and it's still too early to call what the team results are going to be, but St. Teresa's Academy with 78 at this count, Rockbridge with 98 at this count, Liberty with 101. We had nearly 100 finish. And we're about 5 minutes away from the scheduled start of the gold division race for the men. Carolyn Ford from Rockbridge wins the gold division, the women's race, with an 18:09 even, 0.4 of a second off of her course record. Team-wise, St. Teresa's Academy with 78, Rockbridge with 98, Liberty with 101. Those would be your top three teams. Awards to the top two teams and the top 15 finishers. Here are the box assignments for the men's gold race. Timberland in box 1. Box 3 will be Lee Summit West, Raymore Peculiar in 5. Look for Hickman in box number 7. Box number 9, Joplin. In box 11, Fort Zumwalt West. We skip ahead to box 19, Rockbridge. Box 21, Jackson. Central St. Joseph in box 23. 25 will be Liberty. Rockhurst in box 27. Box 29, Festus. Box 31, Liberty North. Francis Howell in box 33. Blue Springs in 35. Blue Springs South in 37. We're looking at one runner scheduled to be in box 39 representing Maryville High School. Last year's winner in the gold race graduated from Rockhurst. That was Wesley Porter. He ran a 15:44. Second was Blake Morris. He ran for Notre Dame, and he was also a senior. As a matter of fact, our top 5 finishers from a year ago were seniors. So the top returner who will be in this race represents Rockbridge. He's a senior this year, Matthew Hauser. Hauser, the lone junior in the top 12 finishers a year ago. Cale Luttrell from Hickman also returns. He would be the second underclassman finisher from a year ago, and he finished 13th. So we'll have some new names atop the board, maybe with those two that I just mentioned, Cale and also Matthew. Team-wise a year ago, Liberty was number 1 in this race. Festus, the perennial power out of its class, was number 2. So the officials seated this as our top racers of the day for the men's competition, the gold competition. As we said, Wesley Porter won last year with a 15:44, Blake Morris with a 15:51. There were 3 finishers in the gold race last year in the Gans Creek Classic, 3 that were under 16 minutes. And then we come back and saw the top 29 under 16 minutes in the Class 4 state championship. Wesley Porter won that race also. Of course, he has graduated, as did the second place finisher a year ago on the state meet, and that was Jack Krull. Matthew Hauser, running for Rockbridge, is the top finisher from the Gans Creek Classic in the gold division and also in the Class 4 state championship. Hauser with a 15:24 third place finish a year ago. Some of the athletes to watch in this race: Brock Wooderson, he comes in as the top seed with a 15:23 so far this season. We've had 6 that have gone under 16 minutes. Let's actually expand that down. Actually 11 who have been under 16 minutes. Nick Cimarusti of Francis Howell, he comes in as the second fastest so far this year with a 15:45. He should be in this race for Francis Howell. Wooderson for Blue Springs, scheduled to be in this race also. One of the good things about the Gans Creek Classic is you can see a mix of classifications together on the course at the same time. For example, Festus, which we mentioned, they seem to have a lock on the team championship over the last half dozen years, going for another championship this year. Festus, who wins Class 3 last year on this course, they've got runners in this race. They come in with a top runner on the Festus squad this year, Ian Schramm. He has run a 15:56, running the Festus Bowls Invitational with that a week ago. This group's a little bit more packed than we've seen in some of the earlier races as they come up on the 1K split. We're at 2:45 in the race. Some of the earlier races, we had leaders, I think, in every race so far, and this is race number 6 of the day. We've seen at least one runner split away from the rest of the field. Not so with the race that we're watching right now, though. Wooderson does lead him through, but not far behind him is Hauser. Hauser is the only runner so far this season that has defeated Wooderson in a race, and that was at Tim Nixon. Hauser with a 15:24 best on this course a year ago. We'll also watch, as we mentioned a little while ago, Cimarusti, who is second on the performers list. He has not lost a race this season. He runs for Francis Howell. He's run a 15:45. Not much separating the top 4 so far this season, all with a 15:46 or better. Course record for high school boys, 15:07. Wesley Porter in the Class 4 state championship a year ago, a 15:07. He is the only runner on the boys' side who's gone under 15:10 on this course. Top time in the Gans Creek Classic last year, Porter with a 15:44. Be surprised if we don't see a few times faster than that today on this course. And we're going to watch for the lead runners to make the turn and to be coming towards the 2K split after a big turn here towards us and heading north. This will be the time that they'll feel what wind there is on the course behind them. They run into the wind as they head south on the course. Wooderson first at the Lee Summit North Invitational with his PR 15:23. First in the Raymore Peculiar. Second in the Tim Nixon. We told you Hauser beat him there. Last year, 18th for Wooderson in the Class 4 state championship meet. He ran a 15:53 that day. Wooderson 25th in the Gans Creek Classic in the gold division. Looking for a better finish today. And here's the 2000 split. Wooderson with a 5:52 through 2K. That's Matthew Hauser from Rockbridge. Those two we expected to be among the leaders. Those are the only two under 6 minutes through 2,000 meters. The 3-second difference between Wooderson and Hauser as they get to the middle portion of the race. Cimarusty of Francis Howell running third at 6:01. Then you see Ian Schramm of Festus. Again, we talk about Schramm running for Festus. That would be in a different class when you get to the state championship meet than the Francis Howell, the Rockbridge, and the Blue Springs team. So Festus, which we expect to do very well. Andrew Hauser, ninth grader, brother of Matthew. Two Hausers running in the top 5 now for the Bruins out of Rockbridge. Mason Orschland of Central out of St. Joe, 6th. Corbin Serra from Central St. Joseph, 7th. Nathan Berry, Central St. Joseph, 8th. Luke Volker of Raymore Peculiar, 9th. And Ian Kennedy of Rockbridge, 10th. So you see that Central out of St. Joe with 3 runners, 6th, 7th, and 8th. Rockbridge has 10, 5, and 2. Rockbridge and Central St. Joe teams with the numbers still coming in for the team standings, though. Those are the two that are battling out for the team bragging rights today. Rockbridge with 59 through 2,000 meters. Central of St. Joe with 66.
I figured it was, but I'd still like to give myself a, so I don't totally embarrass myself if I say. Someone's like gonna get misread this word or something. Yeah.
On that lead camera, you can see that we've got Wooderson and Hauser, Matthew Hauser, running 1 and 2. They are around that far south turn. They'll be coming around the turn, a little bit of a jag to the left and then right, and they'll be coming up on the 3,000 meter mark. 8:15 on the clock. Wooderson and Hauser, they come in expecting to be competing against each other. Hauser has the win at the Tim Nixon against Wooderson earlier. Wooderson with the top time for all of these runners so far. Matthew Hauser comes in with a season best 16:12. And for him, that puts him on the performers list at number 22. Those rankings right now don't matter because those have come on different courses under different conditions. They're coming up on the 3,000 split. Wooderson first, Hauser now, who trailed by 3 seconds. It's less than 3 seconds through 3,000 meters. It's down to 2.3 second difference, or 1.3 second difference. Wooderson, Hauser, 1 and 2. The split on the third kilometer, 3:21 for Wooderson, 3:20 for Hauser. Luke Volker of Raymore Peculiar, he's come up 6 spots in the last 1,000 meters, so now he is running third. Volker running third. Volker comes in with a best of 16:21, rounded out from Raymore Peculiar. Did that at his home school's race where he was third overall. Last year he finished 41st in the Class 4 state championship. Here at Gans Creek he was 52nd in the gold competition, so Volker. But as we described a little while ago, there were a lot of seniors in this upper division last year. It's almost a flip from what it is like in the upper grades and the best runners on the girls' side. A lot of freshmen and sophomore there. Lots of seniors last year in the top runners from the state. They moved on to college, leaving the likes of Wooderson and Hauser, who are seniors this year, to battle it out. Ian Schramm is the sophomore of the group. And then there is a freshman, Andrew Hauser, who was 8th overall through 3,000 meters. Rockbridge with the team lead through 3,000 meters, 63. Then Central of St. Joe, 84. Last year in the gold team competition, Rockbridge finished 6th. The lead team was Liberty. Rockbridge trying to take over that championship for the gold division this year. Rockbridge on this course finished 3rd in the state meet behind Raymore Peculiar and St. Louis University. SLU. Rockbridge with 125 a year ago. They had 2nd, 10th, 22nd, 32nd, and 59th scoring runners. The top runner from their team last year on the course now, and again, that is Matthew Hauser. Hauser has taken over the lead, and that is Hauser now, as we see on the screen, as they are one turn away from their 4,000 meter split. This is a big turn to the left for the runners, and they'll lean in then, starting a slight incline for about 800 meters. Hauser peeks over his shoulder. He's already defeated Wooderson once this year in the Tim Nixon. They ran 1-2 there. Hauser's top time on this course, a 15:24. Wooderson last year in the state championship of 15:53, which was a big improvement over the time he ran in the Gans Creek. I think the conditions are probably less than ideal with the heat and the wind. The south wind bringing up the temperatures today, now up to 75, according to a read. 4,000 meters for Hauser at 12:27.7. Boy, switched big time as his lead is up to 9 seconds over Wooderson. In that 4th kilometer, Hauser splits a 3:12 and Wooderson splits a 3:23. So you see that 11-second switch there. Volker from Raymore Peculiar holds on to 3rd through 4,000 meters. Trevor Pyman is up 3 spots into 4th. We expected him to be among those who might be battling for some of the top spots out of Timberland. He has run a 15:46 so far this season. Ian Schramm, also one of the top runners coming into this race. For Festus, he's run a 15:56. He's hanging in 6th. The Central St. Joe runners now in 5th, 8th, and 10th. Rockbridge runners 1 and 9 and 11. Ian Kinney from Rockbridge, he's in the top 10. He's in 9th. Rockbridge with 77 points. Central of St. Joe, 83. We're watching the lead runner, and again, that's Matthew Hauser, who's had a good last couple of thousand meters, has taken over the lead from Brock Wooderson. Wooderson lost some of the advantage he had over Luke Volker also, so we'll see how Volker able to finish the race with his eyes set on Wooderson. Off the turn, and he'll be heading onto the straightaway. This will be Matthew Hauser. Hauser, 3rd in the state meet a year ago. Hauser, 6th in the gold division on this course in the Gans Classic. And he is alone on that straightaway now. Just coming off of the turn behind him is the 2nd place runner. Matthew Hauser of Rockbridge. We'll see him underneath the finish line banner in just a moment. Hauser going to be just under 15:45. That's Matthew Hauser of Rockbridge, the winner gold division in the Gans Creek Classic. Second will be the Ray Peck runner. He did come on and nip Wooderson. Luke Volker from Raymore Peculiar, 15:52. This will be Wooderson finishing third. Hauser, Volker, Wooderson, then Mason Orschland, the first finisher for Central St. Joe. We'll start watching the team finishes. There's another Central St. Joe finisher in 7th and another one in 9th. 3 finishers already for Central out of St. Joe. They were battling Rockbridge for the team title. Rockbridge has now had their second runner finish. That's Ian Kinney. And then Andrew Hauser finishes in the top 15. He's 14th. 3 runners from Rockbridge, 3 so far for Central. And a mass coming across now. These runners are going to be the determining factor. We see 2 more from Rockbridge in that group. Here comes another Rockbridge runner. Rockbridge has taken 5 spots now in the top 27 scoring. Rockbridge has posted a 78. We need to see when the 5th runner from Central St. Joe comes across. He comes across in 42nd place. Team standings, Rockbridge 78, Central St. Joe 79. What a race it was individually, and what a finish that was for the team standings. Just 1 point separating Rockbridge and Central St. Joe. No one else is going to be able to catch those numbers there because those are the only 2 well under 100. Hauser, Volker, Wooderson, the top 3. Then Mason Orschland, Trevor Pyman, Ian Schramm, Damian Mujika, Bennett Boatman, Nathan Berry, Nick Cimarusti, Ian Kinney, Tyler Freiner, Garrett Dumke, Andrew Hauser, and Ethan Lee. Those will be the top 15 finishers. Rockbridge and Central out of St. Joe, the top 2 teams in the gold division of the boys race in the second Gans Creek Classic. Analyzing some of what we saw in that race individually, Luke Volker, who comes on and finishes second, actually had the fastest last 1,000 meters. His time 3:06 in the 5th kilometer. That was 11 seconds faster than what Hauser did. Of course, Hauser had the big gap of 19 seconds over Volker coming into that last 1,000 meters. Hauser wins by 7.5 seconds, but Volker with the strong finish of 3:06 puts him into second. Volker came in with a best this season of 16:20, did that to Ray Peck, where he finished third. He'd run a 16:18 on this course in the state Class 4 championship a year ago. At the Gans Creek, he ran a 17:07. So how about the improvement for Luke Volker? We expected Hauser to be up there and Wooderson to be there and also Pyman to be there, Schramm to be there. And Volker, as a junior, comes into the mix with his best of 15:52. And the strong finish to put him second overall. Hauser with the 15:45, 15:45.3 puts him now second on the performers list for the season behind Brooke Wooderson. We've seen about 100 finish the race so far. Actually more than that, 130 some that have come through the finish line in the gold division boys race. Next race scheduled to start at 12:30. That'll be the green division girls race. Awards pickup for the gold division will be at 12:15. Course time right now is not quite 11:55. So now it's showing a tie. Except, I mean, I guess you break that. How did we gained a spot someplace?
Oh, I did have like 3 spots. So you did it like.
We're rechecking the team scores from that gold division race, and right now, after a recalculation, it looks like Rockbridge and Central St. Joe both scored 78. Did they break that on the 6th runner? And the tiebreaker going to the placement of their 6th runner would go to Rockbridge. Rockbridge 6th runner at 32nd. Central St. Joe's 6th runner at 47th. Again, 78 points apiece for Rockbridge and Central at St. Joe. Breaking the tie goes to Rockbridge. That'll be the winning team in the gold division. Course time is just after 12:15. Next race is at 12:30. It'll be the Green Division Girls Race. Again, as you check in, an important reminder from the officials, you must be wearing a mask, and it helps if you check in together as a team. So those are announcements that you'll need to remember for the next races. Pass that word along. Team check-in, masked or face covering. As you do so, the officials are requiring that. And that officials area for check-in, you can check in starting 30 minutes before your scheduled race time. So right now the check-ins are for the Green Division Girls Race, which will start at 12:30. Again, a thank you to all the volunteers and the officials from the Track and Field Association at the University of Missouri, and also the Missouri State High School Activities Association officials who are here. Thank you also to others who are volunteering, and of course to Columbia Parks and Recreation, who do a good job of organizing this so that we can have these races here at the Gans Creek Cross Country Course, second year in operation. If you're just joining us, we've had some terrific results so far. We've had some many personal best run on the course, and a near course record on the girls' side, just missing by less than half a second, and that was in our most recent girls' race. We've got 4 races to come, 2 in the green division, 2 in the purple division, and again, we'll be back as we get closer to 12:30 to let you know the box assignments and what teams will be running. Coming up next, girls green division at 12:30. Again, mask or face coverings when you go through the check-in process. We're within 5 minutes of the start of the next race. It'll be the girls in the green division. Here are the box assignments. Kearney in box number 1. 3 will be Kirksville. Moberly in 5. Father Tolton in 7. Steelville in 9. Then we have a gap back up to 19. The 19th box will be Fulton. Blue Eye will be in 21. Valley Catholic in 23. Herculaneum in 25. DeSoto in box 27. Box 29, Owensville. Box 31, Potosi. Southern Boone in box 33. Fatima in box 35. Herman in 37. Centralia in box 39. About 140 to 150 on the entry list. Again, we have people joining us throughout the day on the streaming services. Appreciate your support of this Gans Creek Classic, year number 2. And you'll know that because of last-minute scratches or situations where illness or other reasons, maybe isolation or quarantine, that has kept our numbers below what we've seen as the original entry number. And also, because of certain restrictions in Boone County, we've had to keep the fields intentionally a little bit smaller than they were a year ago. For example, last year in the gold division, on the women's side, there were about 260 that were entered. We don't have a field this year more than 150 so far, and most of them have been underneath that. That's why there are 16 schools represented in the green division, and they'll be at the start line in just a moment, ready to go. And we will break down that action for those of you on site here in Columbia at the Gans Creek and those who are watching online as we get ready to go. 4 races to go. Green division girls next. So here's what we'll watch in this race. Riley Arnold, who started from the very far left position as you were behind the start line out of Blue Eye. She's a junior there this year. She came into this week with the fastest time of Missouri cross-country runners. That has been eclipsed so far today by Carolyn Ford, but an 18:21:54 for the Blue Eye High School runner, and she is the defending champion in the Class 1 cross-country championships run here on this course a year ago. Riley Arnold with an 18:53 on that day. So Arnold is one of the, would have to be one of the favorites in this particular race. And Blue Eye did not compete in the first Gans Creek Classic, so you will not see Blue Eye showing up in any of those results from 2019. Riley has won all 4 races that she's entered so far this year. The Richard Clark Invitational, also won at Monette, the Hollister Cross Country Meet, and the Ryan Lubinsky Invitational. So 4 firsts so far for Riley Arnold, but she's got some pretty good competition here in this green division of the girls race. We've heard from some, especially the Owensville coach, talking about how at the start of this race is kind of a challenge because you're running into the southerly wind, and that wind has been blowing 15 to 20 miles an hour, predicted gusts as high as 25 today. Temperatures in the mid, reaching upper 70s at this time. The temperatures aren't necessarily as bad as some of the cross-country runners have run in the past, but again, that wind, at least at the start, and right after they go past the 2-kilometer split, the 2-kilometer mark, then it becomes a bit of a challenge because you're back into the headwind. Right now, the leaders have made or are making the first loop of the race, and they'll be with the tailwind round a turn left, a turn right, and they'll be at the 1,000-meter mark. Again, we're aware that there are people who are joining us in progress throughout the day because of the way that the schedule has been set up. So we'll tell you that they're running the 2K loop at the Gans Creek course for the first loop and then come back on a 3K. They'll be covering the same ground for about 1,500 meters, maybe not quite 1,500 meters on this course. So what they're running now, they're going to be running again at the halfway point of the race, and they'll be using this kilometer mark and the split that we're coming up on. They'll be using that also as their 3K split. So you'll see they're just over 3 minutes at 3:10 now, and not quite gone through the first split yet. Let's do some comparison here as we see the first runner crossing this green division. Carolyn Ford, who ended up running the 18:09 and winning the gold division. She came through with a kilometer split of 3:20. Who doesn't like to do some comparison? Southern Boone's got 2 runners running second and third, Alexandra Volkert and Evan Mounty, who is running third. So those are 2 freshmen for Southern Boone County running second and third. Jacqueline Sexauer, Father Tolton running 4th. 5th, Jocelyn Bostic of Centralia. So those are your top 5. Again, the leader threw at 3:24, Riley Arnold, who we've been talking about. Riley Arnold at 3:24.3. She had at the first 1,000 meters about a 7-second advantage over Volkert. Volkert and Mounty, the teammates, freshmen for Southern Boone, they're running within a second and a half of each other through the first 1,000 meters. We only had 3 color divisions a year ago in the first Gans Creek Classic, so green and purple still to come. Those are the 2 new divisions. We got in-progress team scores. Father Tolton Catholic with a lead 97 points to 101 for Potosi and Kearney. They're tied in second, but of course, that's just through the first 1,000. Father Tolton's lead runner, Jacqueline Sexauer, who is running 4th overall. And now we've just seen a little bit of a change. Tolton with 82 and the lead, Kearney 85 and Potosi 86. Those 3 with scores still being tabulated through the first 1,000. 2,000-meter split. Big turn coming up to the right for the leaders, and they'll be on the straightaway with the wind behind their back, coming up to make the turn back to the start line. In the Class 4 state championship last year, there were 21 runners in the state championship race that went under 19 minutes. And then you look at the other three classes, only one from Class 1 under 19 minutes, and she's our leader right now. That's Riley Arnold, ran an 18:53.8 last year. She comes in with that 18:21 this year. Prior to today, fastest time in Missouri of a 5,000-meter cross-country race for the women. The lead vehicle makes that turn. She'll go around those orange cones and get ready to head down the straightaway again into the wind. This is the toughest part of the race after the first lap. Back into the wind. Arnold, a 7:04 split at 2,000 meters. About 15 seconds slower on the second 1,000 than she was on the first. Volkert, the freshman out of Southern Boone, still running second. And her teammate Mounty is running third. Blue Eye, the team that is Riley Arnold's school, they were first in Class 1 last year, 56 points scored. Arnold, the champion, then she had teammates finishing. Avery Arnold finished second in that race. And Braylon Sirks, a sophomore, finished fifth in that race. So Blue Eye had 3 out of the top 4 scorers in the state championship race on this course a year ago. Father Tolton Catholic School, they were second in Class 2 last year. Jacqueline Sexauer, who is running for Father Tolton and is in the top 6 right now. She was 12th in the state championship meet last year with a 20-minute 2-second time. Still shuffling through the team scores as we see a lot of the runners coming through now through the 2,000-meter split. The lead runner is well down the straightaway. She's heading into the turn to the east now. Riley Arnold. Allie Kruger won the blue division today with an 18:52, and then in the gold division, Carolyn Ford with an 18:09. Those have been our only 2 female runners that are under 19 minutes so far today. Riley Arnold's lead over Alexandra Volkert, just over 16 seconds at the 2,000-meter mark. We're going to be able to get the 3K split as Riley Arnold is heading towards that split mark. Carolyn Ford was at 10:44 at 3,000 meters. And here's Riley Arnold. She's coming up about 15, 16 seconds slower than Ford. Like Carolyn Ford did, Riley Arnold running all alone. Arnold now in her junior year. She's a two-time state champion, won the state championship meet in 2018 on the Jefferson City course. We've already told you that here on this course she won in 2019 as a sophomore for Blue Eye. It's going to be the favorite, it would appear, coming into the state championship meet in November on this course again. She was a runner-up in the 1,600-meter track and field championships back in 2019 with a 5:25. She was the fourth-place finisher in that same meet, the Class 1 state championship in the 3,200-meter back in 2019. Volkert and Monty still running second and third. Then you'll see Michaela Gibson of Owensville. She is our first senior to go through 3,000 meters, and she's in fourth. Then back to a sophomore, Jocelyn Bostic of Centralia, running fifth. From Father Tolton Catholic, Jacqueline Sexauer. We told you about Father Tolton and the success that they had in the state meet a year ago, finishing in their class second a year ago, and Sexauer was the 12th fastest runner in that race. So here she is, sixth in this. Kiana Gaines of Fulton running seventh. Jillian Vaughn Kearney running eighth. Abby Elam of Kearney ninth. Anna Rivera of Moberly 10th through 3,000 meters. Leaders are on a part of the course that they did not run on the first loop. No change at the top. Riley Arnold. Arnold had a 37-second lead at the end of 3,000 meters. Just under 4 minutes split for her through that third kilometer. Runners are running around a tree line now. Those the leader, Riley Arnold, and she is at the farthest east as she would be on this course, as they have a turn. Then ahead of her will be the 4,000 meter split, then a slight incline as she makes her way back towards the eventual straightaway towards the finish line. Team-wise, DeSoto with 89 as they were still compiling those numbers. Potosi with 106, Kearney with 116. Those are at the 3,000 meter mark. Tolton at 117 would be in fourth. 28 points separating the top four schools at 3,000 meters. Arnold has now gone through 4,000 meters. She split 3:51 in the fourth kilometer and 14:54 after 4,000 meters.
say Evan's last name? Mooney. Mooney. David needed to know. Sorry to bother you. Thank you. Bye.
So now the top three have all gone through 4,000 meters. Two of them are freshmen from Southern Boone, Alexandra Vocart and Evan Mooney. Riley Arnold, the leader, her lead over a minute through 4,000 meters. But things are interesting, and we'll watch the races as they develop, especially third and past, because even in second, Vocart with a 15:49, and her lead about 10 seconds over a teammate, Mooney. 14:54, Riley Arnold with a chance to be the third of our women runners today who will come under 19 minutes. Arnold on this course last year, winning Class 1 championship with an 18:53.8. Good chance to beat that time today. She came in with the season best at the Richard Clark Invitational of 18:21.54. Arnold led by about 7 seconds after 1,000 meters. Her lead was up to nearly 17 seconds after 2,000 meters, 37 seconds after 3K, and a minute 5 after 4. We haven't seen much change in the standings between 3,000 and 4,000 meters. No change at all in the top four runners. Sexauer of Tolton moved up one spot at the 4,000 meters. Well, here she comes, Riley Arnold, two-time state champion for Blue Eye. And this is her first Gans Creek Classic. Blue Eye not here a year ago, and she's going to have her second race on this course and her second win. So is that camera shot right? I mean, that's camera on this. The gator will pull off and leave the final meters to our winner in the green division of the girls' race, Riley Arnold of Blue Eye. And she does run an 18:48.3. That is our second fastest girls' time of the day behind Carolyn Ford. Riley Arnold, her last split, a 3:54 on the last 1,000 meters, brings an 18:48.3. That is 5.5 seconds faster than what she did in winning Class 1's state championship on this course back in November of last year. So an improvement for her, second time through the 5K at Gans Creek. About 10 minutes away from the start of our Green Division male race. That starts at 1. So those runners, if they've not gone through the check-in process, need to do so as a team with masks. And they'll be taken to their box position for the start of the Green Division boys race. And here come the rest of the top 4 finishers in the green race. Sexauer comes up 2 spots in that last 1,000 meters to take third between Vocart and Mooney, teammates that are 9th graders from Southern Boone. Vocart second, Mooney fourth. Owensville's Michaela Gibson will come in 5th. Biggest move on that last 1,000 meters belongs to Jacqueline Sexauer of Tolton, as she will finish 3rd overall. A minute and nearly 9-second difference between first and second in the green division, with Riley Arnold of Blue Eye taking that title. We've had 7 finish now. Owensville runner Gibson, as I said, in 5th. Jocelyn Bostic of Centralia 6th. Kiana Gaines of Fulton 7th. That was Jillian Vaughn of Kearney finishing 8th. Top 8 finishers under 21 minutes in that race. Abby Elam of Kearney, the teammate. So I've had 2 Kearney runners and 2 Southern Boone runners in the top 9. And we'll have our top 15, the medalists from this race after the next 2 cross. We've had 3 on the team from Southern Boone that have finished. Top 2 teams get awards. DeSoto has had 3 finish also. Of course, Tolton was one of the teams early on. Potosi, we're watching for their finish. DeSoto, they've had 4 finish. DeSoto, the only team with 4 that have finished, and they've all scored so far in the top 20. Five are in now for DeSoto. They'll see 84 as their posted score at this point. Southern Boone, Father Tolton, Potosi, they've all had 4 finish, waiting to figure in their 5th runners. Potosi now has 5 that are across. They've posted 102. Still waiting to figure in 5th runners for Southern Boone and Father Tolton. Herman also. Now Herman Kearney has 5 runners in. DeSoto, Potosi, and Kearney have got their numbers figured through 5 runners. DeSoto with 84, Potosi 102, Kearney with 117. DeSoto, which is sitting on the top of this green division team race. They were the 2nd place finishers in Class 3 a year ago. Looks like they'll come back strong again, making a opportunity team-wise when the state championship returns here in November. About 5 minutes away from the start of our next race for the boys, and that'll be the green division. They'll be lining up and getting ready to go. Many of the same schools represented in that. Expecting 17 schools to be on the start line here in 5 minutes for the green. Here are the top 15 finishers in the girls' green race. Riley Arnold, the winner, with a 18:48.3. 2nd place, Alexandra Volkert of Southern Boone. Jacqueline Sexauer of Tolton in 3rd. Evan Mooney of Southern Boone in 4th. Michaela Gibson from Owensville in 5th. Jocelyn Bostic of Centralia 6th. Kiana Gaines of Fulton 7th. Jillian Vaughn of Kearney in 8th. Abby Elam of Kearney in 9th. Kayla Vogelsang DeSoto in 10th. Celeste Sanzagra of Potosi in 11th. Anna Rivera of Moberly 12th. Amelia Utlot of Herman in 13th. Chloe Burkowski from Southern Boone in 14. Mary Rourke Boyd of Tolton in 15th. Those would be your top 10 medalists in this race. Again, we're looking at the team totals right now, and DeSoto's got 84, Potosi 102, Kearney 117, and Father Tolton also 117. And 92 across the line so far from this race. Here are the box assignments as we grow closer to the start of the next boys race. It'll be in the green division. Box 1 will be Steelville. Box 3, Fatima. DeSoto in 5. Moberly in 7. Centralia in 9. And Valley Catholic in 11. There's a gap. We'll go to 17th box for Southern Boone. Believe that that will be a scratch there. 19th box for Tolton. Kearney in 21. Columbia Independent School in 25. 27 will be Fulton. Box 29, Blue Eye. Box 31, Owensville. 33, Herculaneum. Herman will be in box 35. Kirksville in box 37. Potosi in box 41. Those are the box assignments for the green division boys race, which will be the next to get the gun. Let's look at some of the teams that are represented in this particular race and see how they've done on the state level, especially on this course. Blue Eye, which had the winner in the green race for the girls. Blue Eye started in box number 29. They are the runner-up team to Oak Ridge in the Class 1 championship a year ago. Fatima is in this race. Fatima was the team champion in Class 2 here at Gans Creek last year. You'll see Herculaneum with a team in this race. They were the runner-up in Class 3 in the boys' side a year ago. So again, we'll see some teams that have had success on this course. The green division was not a division a year ago, so many of these runners, if they're returning to Gans Creek, they're in a different race. As far as the seating purposes were concerned coming into this weekend, gold was our top seed, and then blue, and then green. Green the third out of the 5 classes. Those watching on a screen somewhere maybe far away, the headwind is what they face right at the start and also right after the 2-kilometer split. So as they come around this turn now that we see, they're going to be enjoying a bit of a tailwind for a while. We can get the weather on our screen. 78 degrees. Wind at 5 meters per second, which would not be allowable if you were going for a record in the dash. Humidity 62%. I referred to the humidity a little while ago, and it's not near what it could be if this was a few weeks earlier. As we're into fall now, though, the chance of the humidity being as uncomfortable is not there. Beautiful clear skies above us. Runners in this green division coming up on the 1-kilometer split, and we'll identify those leaders at that time. They'll be coming under at about 3:05, between 3:05 and 3:10. Those three close together through 1,000 meters. Connor Diaz of Steelville, Alex Jackson of Blue Springs South, Ryan Cardenzana of Blue Eye. Ryan was third in the Class 1 state championship a year ago. He ran a 17-minute, 0.9 second 5K last year. Connor Diaz, who had the slight advantage over the two that were running close to him. And again, they were separated by no more than half a second. Diaz from Steelville. He's a sophomore. He comes in ranked 58th into this weekend with a best of 16:40.50. Diaz did that in the Steelville Invitational. Now, last year in the state cross country championship, he was 16th in Class 2. Diaz, who ran on this course with as a freshman, 16:51 and a half at the Gans Creek Classic last year. He was 14th. Diaz running in the blue division a year ago and ran a 17:18. So again, you can see these numbers just improve so much as the runners get used to the course. Diaz improved nearly 30 seconds from the Gans Creek Classic last year to the state championship meet. And he went through with Alex Jackson of Blue Springs South and Ryan Cardenzana of Blue Eye at 3:09, almost 3:10 through the first 1,000 meters. Diaz just under 2:08 as a junior high runner in the 800 meters. Looking back to the outdoor track and field season from 2019, of course. 2020 outdoor track and field season erased because of the COVID-19 concerns. And we've got the finishers from the green division of the women, as the men's 2-kilometer mark is going to be as soon as they go across that chip reading pad, which they've just done. And Cardinzana of Blue Eye, who we mentioned a little while ago, he has now taken over the lead, but it's still very close. Just about 3 seconds separating him and Alex Jackson of Blue Springs South and Connor Diaz. Then Garrett Wilmus of Tolton, he has moved into fourth, up 4 spots in the second 1,000 meters of this race. In progress team scores through 2,000 meters for the race that's on the course right now. Tolton would be ahead of Blue Springs South by 3, 82 to 85. Those are the only 2 teams under 100. And again, these scores still being figured, and that's through 2,000 meters. Top runner for Blue Springs South is Alex Jackson. Jackson came in with the best this season of 16:36 at the Lee Summit North Invitational. There he finished 9th. Jackson, who is a junior on this course during the state championship meet in Class 4 a year ago, finished 126th. He did not run at the Gans Creek Classic last year. So far this year, Alex Jackson, who's running second in this race, is a 9th place finish, as we said, with his PR at Lee Summit North. He also 8th in the Platte County Invitational. So we have 3 that are a bit distanced between themselves and the rest of the field. Those 3 are going to be coming up on the 3,000 meter split. They are Cardinzana, Jackson, and Diaz. 2 races left after this race. We'll be watching the purple division races at 2 and 2:30 this afternoon. This is the green division boys race of the second Gans Creek Classic. $10:09.5 for Cardinzana through 3,000 meters. Less than a second behind him, Alex Jackson. And then about a 2-second gap to Connor Diaz. Those 3 with a 12-second gap between Dalton Gleason of Herman. Gleason 4th now. And then Antonio Rivera of Moberly running 5th. Garrett Wilmus of Tolton running 6th. 9 under 10.5 minutes through 3,000 meters. Mentioned Dalton Gleason in the mix there as he climbed 11 spots through 2,000 and 3,000 meters, up 11 spots to 4th overall. Gleason was 5th in Class 2 championship on this course a year ago with a 16:17.8. He came through 3,000 meters with a 10:24. The split on his 3rd kilometer for Gleason was 3:38. That was faster than what the leaders had run. He's pulled more than 3 seconds closer to the leaders, Cardenzana, Jackson, and Diaz, on his 3rd kilometer. We'll see if Gleason is continuing to be able to join that group that has been 3 since early on in the race. Things are tight between places 9 through 5, separated by less than a second and a half. Still the leaders, still Cardenzana from Blue Eye, Jackson from Blue Springs South, Diaz from Steelville. They're on a little bit of a downhill portion, the leaders are right now of this course. They swing around and then head further east to the farthest point east, and then they'll have a slight uphill. They'll go to the 4-kilometer split. Team standings through 3,000, Blue Springs South with 82, Tolton with 94. Then Kearney and Steelville quite a ways behind those two schools. Kearney at 130. So right now it's shaping up to be a battle between Blue Springs South and Father Tolton. .4K, Cardenzana continued to lead, but just a stride ahead of Alex Jackson. Jackson stays in 2nd, Diaz 3rd. Gleason didn't gain any on that group. He only lost maybe about a second, as we were talking about the move that he made between 2,000 and 3,000 meters, unable to pull much closer at all to the top 3, who are all running within 2 seconds of each other. Cardenzana, Jackson, and Diaz. To this stage of the race, this is the closest that we've seen so far. Most competitive as far as the top runners are concerned. We've seen a lot of big gaps between winners and the rest of the field in the previous races, but this one is shaping up in the last 1,000 meters to be a good one, with Cardenzana running as a junior for Blue Eye, a junior from Blue Springs South, Jackson, and then a sophomore from Steelville, Diaz. Gleason from Herman, outside chance of pulling up more, but how about Antonio Rivera from Moberly? He's right with Gleason, running 5th. The gap between 1st and 4th, about 15 seconds. We see the pull away a bit more now, though, on the leader. And that leader's going to have a big hook on the run before getting on to the straightaway. So what the lead shows here is actually the gator, right? Yep. I lost track of which runner this is of the 3. I don't know whether this is Cardenzana, Jackson, and Diaz. Well, here's the run onto the straightaway. South's Alex Jackson, with that last 1,000 meters, able to take the win, moving in front of Cardenzana. Diaz also able to nudge out Cardenzana. Strong finish by Dalton Gleason brought him into that group, and just a half second away from finishing third. Gleason, though, will get fourth. 17:07 for the winner, Alex Jackson of Blue Springs South. Diaz a 17:12. That is the closest we've seen in now 8 races on this course, with 2 to come. Jackson, Diaz, Cardenzana had been the 3 that battled throughout, but the last kilometer for Alex Jackson in 3:20. Diaz with a 3:23. Cardenzana with a 3:28. That made the difference. Faster than all of them, though, in order to be able to continue to pull up, was Dalton Gleason with a 3:13, or almost a 3:14. So we saw Gleason make a bid to get into that top 3. Just fell a bit short, finishing out of the third place spot by 0.6 of a second. Then Antonio Rivera, he's stayed in 5th over the last kilometer. Ryan Regenberg of Blue Springs South, 6th. Quentin Herman with a 17:38 from the Columbia Independent School in 7th. Lucas Locks of Fatima in 8th. Ty Merciel of Steelville in 9th. Dominic Cahalan of Kirksville in 10th. Drew Freeman of Tolton in 11th. Quentin Falk of Blue Springs South in 12th. Keith Vance from Herculaneum in 13th. Austin Terry 14th. Isaiah Skidmore of Kearney in 15th. Those will be the top 15 finishers. Still looking now to get the team scores, but we've got 5 that have already finished for Blue Springs South and Tolton. This will be tough. Blue Springs South with 35. That's going to be hard to catch them. Tolton is hoping to hold off Fatima, but again, we've got still some numbers to figure in. I think we're seeing from some of these times, as the conditions continue to warm and the wind continues to be a bit strong, that some of the times are showing the impact of the weather conditions from what we had earlier this morning. Jackson with a 17:07 winning time in this division. That headwind on the start and also just after the 2K split seems to be taking a toll on some of the runners, as that 17:07 is a tough 17:07 under these conditions. Team scores: Blue Springs South 76, Father Tolton 115. Again, pending any other results, and let's do a quick look here. I'm not sure we'll have any other team scores to figure in there. That should be your top 2 teams. Blue Springs South with the 76. They had the overall winner in Alex Jackson. They also scored 6 with the 6th place finish for Ryan Regenberg, and then an 11th place scoring for Quentin Falk, 12th overall. Quentin Herman of Independent School here in Columbia, he finished 7th, but they do not field a full team So he comes in 7th as the representative, Columbia Independent School, CIS. Father Tolton, 2nd. Father Tolton with runners that finished in the scoring at 10, 16, 26, 31, and 33. Looks like Fatima will be 3rd, Herman 4th, Herculaneum 5th. Top 5 schools in the race as we see them at this stage. We're within 10 minutes of the start of our final girls race of this second Gans Creek Classic, and it'll be the upcoming Purple Division race. We've got 19 schools scheduled to be represented at the start line for this race, and we'll go ahead and give you the box assignments. Marshall in box 3, Harrisburg in 5, Mexico in 7, Excelsior Springs in 9, Pleasant Hill in 11. Smith Cotton in box 15, Fort Osage in 17, Bowling Green in 19. Blair Oaks will take box 21, box 23, Harrisonville. St. Pius the 10th out of Festus in box 25. 27 will be Montgomery County. Raytown in 29, Lexington in 31, St. Vincent in box 33, North Callaway in box 35, Battle in 37, Christian in 39, and box 41, West County. Again, we're doing odd number boxes and skipping some of those boxes depending on what the field size is. And this one, according to preliminary entries by the coaches for this division in the women's race, will be about 132. Boys race will follow this race. So far, we've had 970 runners that have finished previous races. We had 200 when you combine the boys and girls in the white division, 200 in that division. We had 259 in the blue division, 267 in the gold division, and in the green division a little while ago, 244 that finished that race. Put those together, we've had 970 high school athletes that have finished the race on the Gans Creek course this second year in existence of this course. Again, a special thank you to all of the volunteers and all of the officials from the Track and Field Association that represents and does most of the Mizzou meets, and also from the Missouri State High School Activities Association and Columbia Parks and Rec. Have had a lot of workers here today to make this meet go smoothly. Again, we'll have a 2 o'clock start for the Purple Division girls race, a 2:30 start for the Purple Division boys race, and then at 3:15 we'll have the awards. We don't have an official awards ceremony as we've had in the past, just because of abiding by the COVID-19 rules that have made this a meet where we've put the gaps in between some of the races and also kept the race numbers lower than what we've done in the past. That's all because we need to abide by the rules that are set by the county in regard to the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you for your patience, and we appreciate you abiding by those rules while you've been at the facility today. We had 109 boys teams that have entered and 110 girls team during today's race activity, and we've got the 2 races to come. 5 minutes from now we'll be starting the purple race for the girls. So our fifth and final girls race of the day, the purple division. Again, Marshall, Harrisburg, Mexico, Excelsior Springs, Pleasant Hill, Smith Cotton, Fort Osage, Bowling Green, Blair Oaks, Harrisonville, St. Pius X out of Festus, Montgomery County, Raytown, Lexington, St. Vincent, North Callaway, Battle, Christian, and West County. Those are the teams represented in this race. We did not have a purple division a year ago, so we have 5 color divisions, just 3 last year. What a great facility, and those who are watching by video just see the expanse of that area for the start, and you can just imagine maybe doubling that size or sometimes nearly tripling the size of runners that could be handled on that broad approach to the first turn. Nice, good straightaway, gives the runners a fair chance to get spaced out and make their way to the inside for the turn that is coming up. They're running southerly direction right now into the wind that has the flags out. Not snapping straight, but about a 5 meter per second wind speed. Temperature has reached into the low 80s now. For those of you who are not in Columbia and not outside at the facility here at Gans Creek wondering about the conditions, that's the clear sky, southerly wind. They'll face this wind as they are right now twice. Slight incline now. They make that turn hard to the left in a few moments, and then they'll start heading back on the north direction. Their first kilometer split will be coming up. They're about halfway to that mark right now and just started into the just past 2 minutes. 57% humidity, so that's good news. We'll see how this purple division is able to handle what was tough for the last racers. We saw a drop-off in some of the times in the green division, but again, the heat and the wind, both a factor as we got to this stage of the day. Small little turn coming up, not much when they make a turn here, and then another quick turn back to their right, and they'll be shortly at the kilometer split. Good mixture of the different classifications. Again, early November, they'll be back running in 5 different classifications this year, an additional class from what we have seen traditionally in cross country in the state of Missouri. There'll be classes 1 through 5. That'll be good, giving more opportunities for some of the athletes in a sport to have a chance to talk about all state honors and state championships. And this race in particular gives us an opportunity to see a good mixture as we see schools as small as Harrisburg competing against another Boone County school, Battle. You've got North Callaway into this, Raytown, one of the Kansas City area schools. Schools that don't get a chance to compete against each other very often have a chance here at the Gans Creek Classic. Blair Oaks in this race, Harrisonville also. Rita Eimer of St. Pius X out of Festus, the leader through the first kilometer. You see her time right with her, Lyric Ford from Montgomery County. Those two side by side, Eimer and Ford. Eimer in the St. Pius X uniform, Montgomery County's Lyric Ford. Then another Montgomery County runner, she's a freshman, Malia Rogers, who's running third. She was about 5 seconds behind the 2 leaders, and then another gap of 5 seconds to Katie Schoenberg from Blair Oaks, who's running 4th. Team scores will keep shuffling. Some of you are following the team scores. Mexico with a 102, St. Pius X with a 113, but again, those numbers are going to be changing as we go through the race today. Eimer, who's the leader through the first kilometer out of St. Pius X. She's a senior. She's followed by a sophomore and then a freshman. Eimer, so far this season, ran in the Stan Nelson Invitational, had her PR 19:24 in that race. And she did finish 22nd in the Class 2 championships a year ago on this course. Eimer running at that time a 20-minute 17.5 second. She did not compete in the Gans Creek a year ago, so Eimer with that background into this race. And then as you watch the race unfold online, if you're watching with us, you'll see the lead vehicle making the turn, and it'll head back down what was the starting straightaway. And we see three of the athletes, not much separating them as they'll come around. And right across that pad right there is where their chips will register their second kilometer. Eimer, who we talked about a little while ago, who finished 22nd in the state meet here, still with the lead, 7:36.6 through 2,000 meters. Lyric Ford of Montgomery County. As a sophomore, she has a first place finish in the New Haven Invitational this year and a top 10 finish at the Lynn Invitational. Last year in the state championships for Class 2, Lyric Ford finished 8th, so she comes of these leaders so far. She has the most success in the cross-country championship as a freshman for Montgomery County, ran a 19:54 a year ago. She was also at the Gans Creek, running in the pre-state meet. Lyric Ford last year competing in the white group, finished 5th, just over 20 minutes and 35 seconds. So this is her third time on the course. Malia Rogers of Montgomery County, the second Montgomery County runner. She was running third as the three top runners made the turn in under 8 minutes. Kaylee Schoenberg of Blair Oaks, 4th. Bailey Combs of Harrisburg, 5th. Kaylee Moore of North Callaway, 6th. Olivia Simile of West County, R4, in 7th. Heather McQueen of Lexington in 8th. Presley Schmuck of North Callaway in 9th, and Sydney Cash of West County, R4, in 10th. Top 10 through 2,000 meters. Wind direction again from the south, so as they make this turn after 2,000 meters and head down the straightaway, this is the hardest part as far as the wind in their face. Not a lot of change in elevation from the start line to when they make the turn and head back north. The leader is reaching that turn now. Eimer from St. Pius 10th, Lyric Ford running 2nd, Rogers running 3rd. Just past the 10-minute mark of this race. Eimer about 10 seconds shy of the pace that Allie Kruger set in the blue division earlier today. Kruger was the winning runner in the blue division with an 18:52. In the girls green division, an 18:48 for Riley Arnold. But the top performance today was the 18:09 by Carolyn Ford, the Rockridge sophomore, missing her own course record by less than half a second. Eimer has a gap on Ford, and they are going to be coming up at the 3,000 meter split here. Right? 11:52.5 through 3,000 meters for Eimer, a 4:16 split in the third kilometer. Rogers of Montgomery County has moved up in front of her teammate, and so she's now running second, 10 seconds behind the leader. Eimer and Rogers, 1 and 2, 10-second separation. Lyric Ford drops the spot, gives that up to her teammate Malia Rogers, and so Rogers and Ford both running from Montgomery County now 2 and 3. We'll go back to what the team standings were after 2,000 meters. And again, we'll be updating these after 3,000. But Mexico was 75, St. Pius X from Festus with 88. So those were your top two teams through 2,000 meters. Let's see how those change in any position after 3,000. Still need a few more runners to come through the 3,000 meter mark in order to start getting a tabulation on the team standings. Eimer, Rogers, Ford, top three. Katie Schonenberg, she stayed in fourth after 3,000 meters. Bailey Combs, no change in her standing, still fifth. Kaylee Moore, sixth, didn't change. Presley Schmack of North Callaway gets close to Moore, so that they are now running sixth and seventh as teammates. And a nice improvement of 3 spaces in that third kilometer for Mexico's Anna Fairchild. She moves up into eighth. Eimer has led this group onto the new part of the course that they had not run on their first lap. This weaves through some downhill area and also along through some trees and a gap in some of the trees. Some of the trees that will be blocking some of the wind as they swing around that way, but not necessarily a positive thing here because that wind is coming from the south and they are heading to the east, getting ready to move back towards a west direction. The leader will be doing that and coming up on the split for 4,000 meters. Eimer led by 10 seconds after the 3,000 meters, and it looks like she's maintained a similar lead now as she's making a turn that will lead her slightly uphill towards 4,000 meters. Final race of the day will be the purple division for the boys, and they can be checking in. Their race scheduled to start at 2:30. You go as a team through the check-in point with mask and face coverings, and the officials check you in that way and make sure that your chips are registered as you prepare for your race, which will start just under 15 minutes from now. And we're coming up on the 16-minute mark of this race, and the leaders are coming through at 16 and a fraction through 4,000 meters. Eimer continues to lead. At 16:02, a 4:10 split. Rogers still about, not quite, 10 seconds behind. So not much difference in the gap. A slight closing, but not much. Rogers and Eimer through 4,000 meters. So those two with a lot of daylight between second and third. Here comes our third runner to take a split at the 4,000 meters. And that's Lyric Ford. Ford among the top three throughout this race. She is trailing her teammate by 42 seconds. And the leader by 51. The fourth to come under is going to be one of the Blair Oaks runners, Katie Schoenberg. She's at 17:12. The leader, Rita Eimer, running now a part of the course that really is very viewer friendly. If we had spectators, they could be up on that berm watching the runners as they make their way close to what is a sidewalk and a trail area. They're going to spin away from that and make a loop and then head onto the straightaway towards home. Eimer and Rogers, they've been separated by 10 seconds throughout the middle portion of the race. They have been running 1 and 2 since about that halfway point. Rogers was third, running with her teammate Ford through the first 2,000 meters. But then she has left her and is the only one with a chance at Eimer. Eimer will hang a big right and be on the straightaway coming down towards us one more time at the finish line. All of the guys on the teams in the purple division need to be checking in. Your race starts in 10 minutes. Check in as a team with your face masks. Rita Eimer, 22nd in the cross-country championships for Class 2 last year, ran a 20-minute 17. She's at 19 and a half minutes now on that straightaway, coming in towards the finish line. She will have the win from gun to the finish in the purple division of the girls' race. Rogers within the camera shot also, but not going to be able to close as many meters as you would think she needs to. And here comes our winner. This is Rita Eimer of St. Pius X from Festus. "20 minutes, 5.3. She'll like that improvement of about 12 seconds over her state cross-country race time. Rogers, a ninth grader, comes in second, 20 minutes, 17.9. Eimer did come in as the top-ranked Class 2 runner with a time this year of 19:24. Conditions a bit tougher for a run at that today. Rogers, who finished second to Eimer, came in ranked 13th in Class 3, had a best of 20 minutes, 37 seconds prior today. She took 20 seconds of an improvement there. Lyric Ford, also from Montgomery County, who finished third today, came in as a top 10 ranked runner in Class 3 heading into today's race. Now we'll see the runners coming in a bit more frequently. We've got 10 that have been posted times from this purple division race for the girls. Now the top 13, 14, 15, and 15 in each division individually are getting recognized with awards. Those awards scheduled to be presented informally, and that would be this afternoon at 3:15. There's another St. Pius X runner that finishes. And we have seen 3 in the top 16. About 5 minutes away from the gun to go off on our final race, Purple Division Boys Race. Seventeen schools going to be represented at the start line, barring any team scratches. Christian in box 1, box 3, Pleasant Hill, 5, Harrisonville, 7, Marshall, 9, Blair Oaks, 11, Smith Cotton. We'll have a gap to box 19 for Bowling Green. Box 21, Fort Osage, 23, North Callaway, 25, Battle, 27, Mexico, 29, Excelsior Springs. Box 31, Montgomery County, Lexington in box 35, Raytown in 37, West County 39, St. Vincent 41. As you're watching the finish of the Purple Division for the women, we just gave you the box assignments for the Purple Division for the men. Quite a bit of team scoring still to come for the purple division for the ladies. So we'll hold off making any conclusions there. We do have the top 15. Rita Eimer, the winner. Malia Rogers, second. Lyric Ford, third. Katie Schoenenberg, fourth. Bailey Combs, fifth. Presley Schmock, sixth. Kaylee Moore, seventh. Anna Fairchild, eighth. Olivia Simile, ninth. Heather McQueen, 10th. Hannah Shop, 11th. Destiny Shaw, 12th. Laura Beach, 13th. Paige Franks, 14th. And Sydney Cash, 15th. Those would be the medalists in the girls' purple division race. Still looking at the team scores being tabulated right now. North Callaway, St. Pius X, and Montgomery County. No surprise there as we saw those individual runners among the top finishers in that list of 15 that I gave you a moment ago. So we'll let the numbers continue to be figured for the team scores and go back and look at the start line where the orange flags are up as they get ready to call them to go for the purple division boys. Race number 10 of our day. It's the Purple Division Boys race. Among the favorites in this race, Pleasant Hill's Landon Fatino. He's a senior. He comes in on the Class 3 boys list by mile split from Missouri Racers, number 5. He's run a 16:25:08 this year. Fatino again running for Pleasant Hill. Rest of the schools: Christian, Harrisonville, Marshall, Blair Oak, Smith Cotton, Bowling Green, Fort Osage, North Callaway, Battle, Mexico, Excelsior Springs, Montgomery County, Lexington, Raytown, West County, and St. Vincent. That's a really good view of the field as they go down this straightaway into the headwind heading south. Up the little rise there from the back of the gator, you can see that handheld camera. Really a nice view of how they spread out and then come to the inside to get that right track to make that turn to the left. We'll start to be able to identify those leaders as we get a chip read through the first K. Still got a little bit of a turn to go before they get there. go back to the girls' purple race and give you North Callaway with 76, and then a 83, still figuring the team totals. North Callaway with 79, St. Pius X Festus 88, and Montgomery County 89. Those would be the top three teams through the figuring right now in the team standings for the purple race for the ladies. Again, North Callaway with 79, St. Pius X at Festus 88. Those would be the two teams to take the team awards, with St. Pius X just nudging out Montgomery County by 1. And again, those numbers will have to be finalized and officialized before the award ceremony. Well, we mentioned Landon Fatino of Pleasant Hill said he would be among the favorites in this race. He was the leader through the first 1,000 meters with a 3:01.9. So Pleasant Hill's senior 3:02 as we round that. A 3:06 for Ronan Hardwick from Christian High School. Connor Blixt of Harrisonville running third, and then Dawson McCown of Montgomery County running fourth. Still early on and just through the first 1,000 meters. As the runners make the loop around the pond, they'll come up on a fork and they'll take the left portion so they can do the 2K loop. This is really where they run through a gap in the trees a couple of times. Trees will be around them shortly after they make this left angle. Landon Fatino of Pleasant Hill, fourth in the Class 3 state championships a year ago with a 15:55 on this course. Fatino had a first at the Raymore Peculiar Cross Country Championship in his division earlier this year, a second at the Laker Last Minute Invite with his season best 16:25 that puts him fifth on the performers list. In 2018, he was 15th in the state cross country championships. Told you last year he'd improved in that with a fourth place finish with his PR on this course at 15:55. He was third in the Gans Creek a year ago, running in the blue division in 2019 for Pleasant Hill. There goes our leader as he has made the turn, sweeps back onto the straightaway and heading back into the headwind. That's Fatino. Fatino through 2,000 meters at 6:15. He ran a 3:13 second kilometer, so two good splits for him back to back running alone. Fatino at 6:15. Next closest runner is Ronan Hardwick. Hardwick at a 6:34.5. Dawson McCown of Montgomery County up a spot into third at 2,000 meters. It's just a second behind Hardwick. Then Blixt of Harrisonville. He's not more than a step behind McCown. So the top four with a gap of about 20 seconds, not quite 20 seconds for Fatino on the field. But then runners 2, 3, and 4 are very close together, not separated by even a second and a half. We'll go back to the team scores for the purple division for the girls. And North Callaway again with 82, but St. Pius X of Festus and Montgomery County both with 91. You go to the sixth runners to determine the tiebreaker there, and St. Pius X, sixth runner, finished 53rd in the scoring, and Montgomery County 65th. So looking at those team standings, 3 in the purple division for the girls race under 100. North Callaway with 82, St. Pius X and Montgomery County with 91, with St. Pius X getting the tiebreaker based on the sixth runner's position. The boys' standings, Harrisonville and Lexington through 2,000 meters, and Bowling Green 1, 2, and 3. Still tight, though. Mexico with a 1:38, not far behind. Lexington, Bowling Green, and Mexico as teams separated by only 6 points. Out on the course, we'll see the 3K split. This is the same place that they ran through at 1,000 meters, and here they come at 3,000 meters, and that's Landon Fatino. Fatino, look at his lead as you scan back behind, and you'll see nobody's even made that turn yet. He was up by about 20 seconds after 2,000 meters. Looks like he's not lost any of that lead through now the 3,000 meter mark. He went through at just over 9:48. Here comes the second place runner. About 30 seconds back, Dawson McCown of Montgomery County, Ronan Hardwick of Christian, and then Connor Blixt of Harrisonville. There's your top 4. And again, the closest race of that top 4 between second, third, and fourth, separated by 4 seconds. The gap up to 30 seconds between Fatino and McCown. McCowan through the third kilometer in 3:33, a 3:42 for McCown, and Hardwick at 3:46. So there's why the lead bulged another 10 seconds. Quite a separation also team-wise as we're looking through the splits through 3,000 meters. Only Harrisonville as a school has more than one in the top 10. They've got a couple. Harrisonville with Blixt in 4th. His teammate Tommy Baker in 7th. Pleasant Hill has the lead runner in Fatino. Then you scan down Pleasant Hill also with the 12th runner in Tobin Wise. Montgomery County has the second runner in Dawson McCown, and then you scan down for the next Montgomery County runner, and that is going to be Connor Galarza, and he's running 16th. It just appears a very comfortable run for Landon Fatino again, as he has been out front since the very start, the very first split. Familiar with this course, having run it last year in the Gans Creek, last year in the state championship, 3rd at the Gans Creek Blue Division, 4th in the Class 3 state championship. So Fatino successful on the Gans Creek course. He's already crossed now through the 4,000-meter mark at 13:15, a 3:26 split in the 4th kilometer. Fantino had a lead of 30 seconds at the last split. And again, he's through at 13:14. We're watching back to see when the next runner comes through the 4K split, and here that runner comes right now. So the lead has grown a bit more for Fantino. That was Dawson McCown holding on to second. Now 39 seconds back. Hardwick of Christian running third. Things have split up a bit between the second, third, and fourth place runners. Connor Blix in fourth, but now he's 12 seconds behind the second place runner. No change in the top 4 standings through 4,000 meters. Colton Hearn of Bowling Green comes through 5th. This race really sees runners with a lot of gaps in between some of the top 10, 15 runners. Fantino had a 10-second lead after the first 1,000 meters. It was up to 20 seconds after 2,000, and it was up to 30 after 3,000, and up to 40 after 4,000. So talk about a consistent pull away from the rest of the field. Landon Fantino, the senior from Pleasant Hill, last year's 3rd place finisher in his class, or 4th place in the state championship, 3rd at the Gans Creek. He's handled the purple division of the boys races today. This is our final race of the day. Awards for the girls and the boys, the top 2 teams, and the top 15 individual finishers in both purple races will be done at 3:15. And here comes Landon Fantino, who's just continued to dominate this race over the course of the run, finishing in a 16:41, a 3:26, very consistent last 2,000 meters, a 3:26.4 and a 3:26.3 to bring him in. And we wait. If you're looking at the 10-second advantage that he had through each kilometer, then we're going to be looking at about 17:30 at the next finish, although this runner might be a little faster. I believe this is Dawson McCown of Montgomery County. Second across the line, just under 17.5 minutes, 17:27.5. Landon Fantino today, a 16:41. He ran 15:55 in the state championships a year ago. And how about this? In his first race here at the Gans Creek Classic last year, when he finished 3rd in his division, a 16:41.5. Today, finishing 1st in a new division, 16:41.1. Less than a half-second difference for the Gans Creek Classic. 2 races for Landon Fantino, the purple division winner. think they would.
Last remember we looked at the Olympics girls, I was like, oh crap, are they good? Okay.
Nearing the 100 finisher of this race. We had 102 finish the previous race, and that gives us, coming into this race, 1,072. And you add another 100 here. Nice support for the Gans Creek Classic again this year, 2020. Most unusual year. We hope next year when you come back there'll be spectators. We'll see what the situation is when the state championships return to the Gans Creek course, scheduled for early November. Close team race in this particular race. It still might be impacted by some of the later finishers, but we don't think so right now. Mexico with 100, Harrisonville with 101. Christian with 119, Lexington 121. Those would be your top 4 teams as the numbers are placed into the computer right now. Mexico again edging Harrisonville for the final team title of today's meet, and that will be in the purple division for the boys. Mexico 100, Harrisonville 101. Top 15 finishers for the purple race. Landon Fatino, the winner, with a 16:41. He represents Pleasant Hill. Dawson McCown of Montgomery County second. Third, Ronan Hardwick of Christian. Connor Blixt of Harrisonville fourth. Juan Herrera of Smith Cotton fifth. Tommy Baker of Harrisonville sixth. Evan Funk of Fort Osage seventh. Lane Martin of Lexington eighth. Mexico's Thomas Poister ninth. Callum Hardwick of Christian 10th. Jack Bear of St. Vincent 11th. Carrick Atkins of Lexington 12th. Connor Galarza, Montgomery County 13th. Tobin Wise, Pleasant Hill 14th. Thomas McCauley of Blair Oaks 15th. Those would be your top 15 finishers and award medalists from this purple division race. Again, we see no change in the team standings. Mexico 100, Harrisonville 101. We've had 112 finish this race. So the team standing should be safe to announce Mexico with 101, Harrisonville 103. Those will be the two team award winners for the purple division in the boys race. And we mentioned the top 15 a moment ago who will receive awards. And those will be given again informally. The official who is at the awards area does have the standings now for the top 15 in the boys purple race, also the girls race, and so you can go to the awards area if you're among those teams that I mentioned and the individuals that I mentioned. And we wish that all our competitors would have another good October, and we'll see many of you back for November, hopefully on this course for the state championships at Gans Creek. Thank you for your support. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.